So guys, today you're going to learn MySQL database, how to connect database to your framework, do a simple query of getting username and password out of the database and use that information into your framework. I'll also show you how to take screenshots on certain pages. And to sum it up, um, we're going to do two test cases, not 100% complete, but partially, to show you how to pass parameters through feature file into your test cases. So we'll see all of that. I will walk you through the uh, installation of MySQL database into your platform. I will also have you clone this project into your platform. The goal is before you leave today, the whole project works and you are ready to add test cases. Okay. So when we give you a homework, you should be able to do it. And I'll troubleshoot every one of you to make sure that yours is working. And we'll see if not working, why. So before we get into installing MySQL, I would like to just kind of sum it up a little bit on what we did last time. This is how far we went to. We created a project called TechBIOS BDD Advanced, and we added some classes to it. In our main source main, we added page package and copy pasted some of the page classes that we have had done before with elements and things. We have the utility packet. Just like usual, we have the browser factory in there, copy pasted from another project. And for source test folder, we had three things. One, we had a feature packet, runners, and steps packet. The test files in BDD are called steps. And two extra things that we had to add for BDD, one is a feature file and the other is a runner class. A feature file is not going to work without a runner class. So for every single feature file, you must have a runner class. We also noticed that a Java standard, the name of a class, a Java class, is always Pascal case, meaning capital, capital, first letter, capital for each word. But we saw the feature file has a different case. It's a snake case. All lowercase, snake case has to be. That's why you'll probably see there's a difference between the naming here. Everywhere else is the same. Because the feature file is a file, it's not a Java class. That's why it has a different naming convention. This is where you use snake case. But every other classes like new account runner.java, these are Java classes. New account steps.java, list account page.java, you will notice that these are all Pascal cases. Okay. Now, we also noticed that we had to run our test case from the runner class. If I wanted to run new account.feature, I have to right click on the runner class and go to run as, and then go to JUnit test. Let's go to feature file and see what we have. We had this test case. I had just added this extra line, and I'm going to add more to show you. Runner class, go back in here. Few things that, if you can remember, what was this dry run equals false? What does that do? Do you remember that?
Which into true or false, but I can't remember what it is.
Okay, what does dry run mean in English word? Sometimes in the schools, they have something called a dry run. Like before testing, in American high schools, when they have these tax tests or the state exams, they will assign you a specific room, not your actual classroom. You will go to a different classroom with a different teacher, so that minimizes cheating. And you will have to look for your role or your ID and figure out which room you need to go to. And they will post all that in the hallway or something. Teachers will pass around and you will write down, okay, I'll be in room number this. And what happens is the schools will do something called a dry run. They'll ring the bell. They'll give you an announcement that, okay, we're going to ring the bell and we don't have an exam today, but you guys are going to go and find your room. And the teachers are going to take roll, make sure that you know where to go. Okay, that's called a dry run, meaning you don't have an actual exam, but you practice, make sure everybody knows. Because on the exam day, if you don't know and they don't do a dry run, what happens is maybe like 50 or 100 kids are all confused. They don't know where to go. And then they're going to be like, okay, you're here, run, run, run. Test is going to start, or they're going to slow down the test. And they can't start unless everybody's in the class. So to minimize those kinds of confusions, what they do is dry run. This is the same thing. If you say dry run equals true, you are actually running the test case without actually launching the browser. Okay? This is a fake run. Dry run is a fake run. And if you say true, that means you want it. If you say false, you don't want that fake run. Why do we need a dry run? How can we use that here in this framework? Do you remember that? To get the methods, right? If these methods right here, who has the who wants to write all that? It's a mess, right? That's a lot of work. But BDD is going to give you these method stubs if you do a dry run and if you don't have one in it. For example, let me just delete this part right. Comment this out. If I save it, I just commented out this part right here from your steps class. That means this statement does not have any connection or mapping to my new account's steps. It got commented out. So instead of me writing the method for this, I can have the system do it for me. All I have to do is go to this runner class and do a dry run. And to do that, I just have to change this property to a true. And then if I go to this runner class and run, it's going to run the test case, but it's not going to launch the browser. Notice it came back, did not launch the browser, came out passing. And it tells me that you have a missing step. And the missing step that it found was that particular one that I commented on. New account page should display. And it gave you the whole method stuff. So you take that and you copy it and you place it here into your steps class. So let's say, okay, you just copy it there. Then what you do is you take this center part off. You don't need all that. You delete this part. Throws, throwable, you don't need that. And you write your code in here. New account page should display. What would you do to validate whether new account page displayed or not? How could you do that? You can use an assert and check the title. Yes, you can do that. Let's do it. Go to CRM. You can do many ways. So if you went to new account, where was it? Bank cash, new account. This page has a title, and this page also has a title here. And if I inspect, and go to search, title, see this accounts, tech files, test application, billing. That is the title of this page. But also this can be as title. You can also validate whether this is displayed. It's up to you. Let's take a look at, I want to make sure that that is not the same title for all pages. Then that's going to defeat the purpose. So I want to go to just a different page and then see if that title changes. Now I'm on list account page, and if I do // title, see, that's going to defeat the purpose. It's still the same accounts. So that I may be on a wrong page and I'm validating this. That's not gonna, it's not unique. What about some other ones like new deposit? If I go in here and say title, okay, looks like all of these probably have the same title, page title, but not every one of these have a unique. Let me see, transfers, transactions. So these modules have the same one. Your company, you probably have different titles, but this is a fake website. Somebody didn't want to do the legwork to change the title of the individual page. But because of this issue, it will be best for us to make sure that this account, whether the account is displayed. Okay? So let's go ahead and check to see if we have this stuff already in our page class. Here's the element here. Let me bring this down. Let me just bring it down here. All right. Let's see what we have. So let me go to page class here. New account page. And see what we have. These are my elements. And there's this account title field, description field, initial balance field, and then submit button. So we have 4 things. This is the account title field, description, amount, and submit button. We don't have this accounts or new account. Yeah, we don't have it. So we need to create that one. So if I right click, whichever you want to do, I think you might want to just go with this add new account. This is better. It's better to validate something inside the body than too much on the outside. Yesterday, my colleague Daniel, he gave me he was validating this accounts, and that's the title actually. But see this right here, accounts, text files test. Notice that this title here matches this tab right here. So he was going to validate and wait for this title to show up. And I told him that, what do you think would be the last thing to show up on this page if there's a slowdown? Would it be this one, this, or the body? And he was like, most likely the body. I'm like, then why do you want to wait for that? You should wait for something that is the slowest and the last thing. Because if you wait for that, this will probably show up the first. Then probably this one. And then you'll maybe see something loading here, and then this will show up. So you might want to just wait for something that comes in last. That way, that wait will be a better wait. So he said, yeah. So let's go ahead and do this. This is better than this one. Validating this shows up, because this form only shows up when you go to new account. So if I right click and inspect on that, here's my element. It is on H5, meaning heading, header, something like that. So I can do H5. Notice that's it. That's it. You can go a little bit farther, because there could be H5 in some other pages. So what do you want to do here? Open, close, contains, open, close parentheses. What are you going to say? Text equals y comma y equals. Because it's inside the parenthesis, we're passing it as a perimeter. When we pass things as a perimeter, do we use equal sign? No. Text goes into perimeter and it has to be open close parenthesis like this. And whatever the text we want also goes in the in that parenthesis, and we want what? Add new account. It's still getting highlighted. Okay. That way, this if we don't add this part, even though you got this element selected, with that XPath, another page, it also could light up, but the text may be different, and your test case will pass, but we want it to fail if other page shows up. Failure is not a bad thing. If your test case fails for the good reason, you've done your job. So you copy that now. That XPath is going to fail if another page shows up, because it's only good for this particular page. Okay. Now we'll go in here. I'm gonna copy this first one, put it on the first. Usually page title is the first XPath you want to have. So this is, you can call it page title element, or you can call it the panel header, okay? Whichever. These things are called panels. And you can have multiple panels in here. Because this is a panel heading right here, you could just call it panel header. So I'll just say panel header locator. Don't write this. I will give you the project. You're gonna clone it, so you will have it. All right. So just watch and ask me questions. Panel header element. Okay. How? Go up all the way up to dot. Press the dot and take XPath. And in here, you paste the XPath. Oops, need to go back and copy that. Copy the XPath. Go in here. Done. Why did this slash come in here? Because of double quote. But you can take that, both of these off, and put a single quote. Okay. Now we have the XPath. Let's see what we need to do to actually validate it. We have it in the page class. Look at this. I'm going to put this runner here. Come on. It didn't move. It moved here. That's weird. Okay. Steps. Look at the progression. You have a feature file. Here's your statement. This statement is going to take you to steps class. And here's the steps class. Nice. And in your steps class, you're going to call method that's going to take you to the page class. Understand? You're dealing with 3 different classes every time. Every single statement that you automate, it has to go through feature, steps, and page. Okay? Feature, steps, and page. So let's do this. We have the feature statement. We got the mapping to steps class. And now we're going to have to call a method that will be interacting with the page class to give us what that is. Okay. Your validation needs to go in here. So all your assert has to go in here. But anything to do with getting or putting information, you must have a method in the page class. Only page class talks to the page, not you directly, not the steps class directly. Understand? Steps class is going to just say what steps, what steps, what steps, broken it down. So tell me what I can do to validate. What do I need here? We can use assert. Okay. True. Assert true. Okay. Can do true. Sure. Yes. Yeah, so use visibility of. Yeah. Which one is better? Any. There's no good or bad. So assert dot assert true. And this one down here gives you an option to add the failure message as well. Okay. So we'll take that. And in the message, we can just say page not found. Okay. And this has to be true or false. We don't want to hard code true, do we? It will work, but that will be hard code. I'm saying that whatever page you go to, I'm just going to say you went to the right page. That will be that true if you always say that. This true or false has to come from the page class. Page has to talk to the website. Page class needs to talk to the website. Ask whether that was displayed or not. Whatever that you want to be displayed, is it displayed or not? So you need to order the page class to do something for you, right? And you want that page class to give you an answer back. Yeah. What kind of answer do you want it back? What data type answer? Boolean. Boolean. And Boolean can only give you what? True or false. So knowing that gives you some idea. if you ever want in Java to get a Boolean back, what should the method name start with? Is. It has to start with the word is. Okay. So several things you know. You know that you need to ask a page class to give you that. Correct? So we don't want to hard code, but this is where all that information should come in. So what are we going to do? Who do we ask first? Which class are we going to ask? Which page class? Account, yes. So do we have that page? New account page, don't we? This is it. We have a new account feature, we have new account steps, and we have new account page. We got the three amigos. These three amigos together do things for us, but each of them have their different job responsibilities. So for my new account feature, I have the new account page assistant to do my work for me. Okay, so that's the guy that I need to call. That means you need to check to see if you have access to that page. And this is where we added all the access. Remember that? We put it in this before. Why? And we declared it over here, made it global. Why? Why did we do that? If I didn't declare it here, would I be able to access it in individual methods? No. These are individual methods. We won't, because these are individual country. If you make it global, then all these countries will get it. Understand? That's why we declared it and made it global, so everybody in this page can access it. And we saw how tedious it was that every time we do this page factory in every method, that was like redundant over and over. But if we put it under this at before, we just do it once. Understand? This is still was messy for a lot of the engineers. So Serenity framework, you don't even have to do all that. Okay? You just declare it here. That's it. It automatically does this part for you. But in this framework, we have to do these two. This will, in Serenity, this will instantiate the class for you. Just that much. Just that much statement will do all of that. Instantiate the class, hook the driver, everything. So you will not have this at all. But in your framework, you will see just this much in the top of it. Understand? So if you see that, you just do that. Don't instantiate a class in your framework. You don't have to do that. You're just gonna declare it like that in those fancy frameworks. But anyway, so now because ours is not so fancy, we got to do two things. One, create a global variable for new accounts page. New account page, and give it a name, new account page. You declared a global variable for that new account class. If you hover over, it's going to ask you to import. See that? If you have that class already created, then you will have this option of import. If you don't have that class, it won't give you that option. So you import that class is already here. Right here. You pulled in page package dot new account page. Okay. Now you pulled in, but you unfortunately in this framework you have to also pass the driver to that page, and you have to do this right here. So here's your variable for that class or object for that class, and you assign that object with this driver power. So I copy this here. Well, let me just type this in: page factory dot init elements, pass the driver, and just name which page you wanted to assign it to. Just new account page dot class. Yeah. Now everybody can use it. Okay. So here I am. We said we're going to do an assert. We're going to say assert true. And in here, we want page class to go to the page and tell me if that title displayed. So you start with the page class. What was that? New account page. Notice this spelling has to be exactly same as this reference name, not this. Even though this is the class, but you created a reference name for that class, and you have to only use the reference name. You can use any name you want. I could just say Stein. That means I have to use the word Stein here, and that's gonna get linked up to this Stein. That makes sense? With this name that you provide, he has the access to this page class and will be able to do things for you. Make sense? So these are the underlying wirings that you're creating, the engineering wirings. Understand? So let me just change it back to the reason it's not written with any random name, so that somebody who writes and somebody who comes back later on will be able to read it better and understand. If I just put Stein, you're going to be one day lost. What is that? What does that mean? But if I just say new account page, you know, oh, new account. But you got to be careful because it's not the capital. If it starts with lowercase, you know that's a reference name. If it starts with the capital, you know that's a class name. So it's a class name versus reference name for that class, or a reference name for that class object. So with that in here, he's the one who's gonna get things for me. If you put a dot, you're gonna ask him a question. What question do we want to ask? Is what displayed? Is title or panel header? Okay, is panel header displayed? You want to be a little more specific here because you could have more is displayed. Is graph displayed in that page? Is user ID displayed? There could be so many other things. If you just say is displayed, it will get confused with the other ones. So you want to be specific to what you're asking for. That way, you have usability. Once you create this method, someone else can come in and understand this method name and know what it's doing and use it and not have to create the method again. Make sense? So is camel case is panel header displayed. Okay? Because it's a method, you put open close parentheses. It will give you an error. You hover over and it's going to give you a suggestion. And the suggestion says, one, create a method is panel header in type. It calls it a type because A class is actually a data type. It's gonna drive you nuts if you think about it. It's crazy, but this is how it works. You have actually created like a string is a type. You every class you create is a type. So that class you created, new account page, is a type. String is actually a class. There's a class for string, and it has methods that you use. So it's the same object-oriented programming concept. Every class is an object. Only what is not an object? Which data type? Integer? Primitive ones are which? Integer, Boolean, float. Those are not classes. They came from Adam and Eve. God created them. But integer, like string, human created them. And it's a class. String has methods inside that string class that we use. Is equals ignore case. Or equals ignore, dot equals ignore case. What is that? That's a method. That's a method inside the string class somebody created that we've been using. Make sense? When you're creating a class, someone can call your class and use your methods. You're actually a Java programmer already. Make sense? And that's object. You create something, nobody else needs to recreate it. We use that and create more stuff. That's why software engineering, the people are just getting smarter and smarter because of this object oriented. Because no one has to create same thing over and over. That means you created a complication. With your complication and your complication, someone new programmer comes in and says, I can combine yours two, use your object, and I can create something no one else created. See? That's where they're heading right now with artificial intelligence. Okay? So they're compiling all these objects and methods together, coming up with this intelligent form of mimicking the human brain that the Java is going to learn itself as well. So all that can be happening. Anyway, so here's what we want. We want to create this method inside this class or this type. Okay? If you select that, it's going to jump you to that class. Yeah. We are inside that new account page class. And in here, it gave you the method stuff. You don't need this part. And you have to modify a few things. It understood that you wanted to insert true or false back in here. Because this takes a true or false here. It was smart enough to have a return type Boolean. And it was smart enough to also give you this part, return false. It by default gives you return false. This is what you have to change. We don't even want true. That would still be hard coding. You don't want true or false to be hard coded here. But this has to come from the page. From that element. Is that element displayed? Understand? Okay. So did we get the element? Here's our element. Panel header element. If I take that element right here, I don't want to return false. That will be hard coding. But I want this panel header element. Ask Selenium whether it's displayed. Okay. There are two other ones. One is called is enabled and is selected. Selected is for checkboxes. If you want to check a checkbox whether it's selected or a radio button whether it's selected, then you would pick this one. Enabled is something kind of like this. You may have something displayed. you may have this button displayed, but if I click on it, nothing happens. Have you seen some buttons displayed but grayed out? Any website? And then when you put in the information, then it comes up. So it has been turned off. They have a backend program that if you don't add information here, until you add information, this button is not going to be visible. This is not done this way. It's still visible and is displayed, and you can click on it. It's going to tell you account title should be within the, it's telling you that you didn't add it. But in other sites, you may have these fields, and this will be grayed out, meaning it's not enabled. And if you wanted to test that feature, because that was a feature when they created it, if that was the case, you would need to test that. Okay, so very first thing you come in here, you need to check that this button should be enabled, disabled. In that case, you choose this function here, is enabled. Right now, it's going to tell you for that button, it's going to say true. But if you expected false, it will give you false in that case, and you validate whether it's SR false or not. That's when you choose SR false. Okay, so it's a little thing that you need to get your head wrapped around as you practice. It's going to come to you. But right now, I'm just going to say is displayed, whether it's displayed or not. Okay. Now, recapping, new account page should be displayed, and it goes in here with SR true. New account page is panel displayed. If I control click on this, it takes me here, and this method panel header element dot is displayed is going to return whether the panel header displayed or not. So let's go ahead and run this and then see if it works. We need to go to the runner class, and I think we need to turn off this dry run to false. We don't want dry run. That's why we're going to make it false. We want an actual run. So let's slow down a bit because it's going to close out real quickly while we're just validating. Let's pass it first, then we'll fail it. Runner class run as and JUnit. Pass. Here are the steps that it ran. One scenario, one pass, 3 steps, 21 seconds total, and also JUnit report right here. You can also refresh, right click and refresh your project and go to test output. Look for index.html, right click on it, go to open with, any web browser is fine. You can also go to other, choose external, give it a second for this to load, go to Chrome HTML document if you like Chrome, and you could even say use this editor for all index.html files. Maybe check that, use it for all HTML files. Say OK. And it's going to open up in HTML format here. Can be opened up this way. Here's the first scenario. If you had more scenarios, it will get lined up here. Open up the scenario. These are 3 steps, all green, meaning all passed. Let's fail it. How do you want to fail it? mess up the element, mess up the XPath. So if we say add new account, how about we just say add old account? Making it weird. Let's see what happens. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to fail. How? What kind of exception are you getting? Why not assertion error? No such element is the correct answer, but why not assertion error? Is it gonna return false?
Because first it will check here if it's displayed here will come no such error.
You're right.
So it will Boolean will not come into
That's the problem with Selenium. Selenium is going to look for the element. If it's found, it's going to give you true. If it's not found, it's going to give you no such element exception. It's going to fail right here. It's not even going to return false. Unfortunately, this does not return false. It just fails. But what if I wanted false back? Try catch. You may be able to do if and else, but it will still fail. Only try catch can stop a failure. Understand? Only try catch is stop a failure. You stop Java to fail and you handle the failure. Understand? So I could wrap this around try catch. Let's go ahead and fail it like this and see how it looks like and how we can handle the try catch on this. So run our class, save it, run as. Fail. Let's go to the output and see if we can see our fancy report. Refresh. Open with. If I say HTML editor, will it be Chrome? Oh, Chrome. See that? Chrome came up here because I selected that on the other window. So it made it easy for me. Here, if I open this up, look at these two steps past this one fail. And why fail? To give you all of this information. Let's go dive into it. Here, org.openqa, Selenium, and there's your exception. No such element. Unable to locate element also gives you the XPath right here. And with the XPath, you know what you were testing because you know where it fell down. Okay. You can even look at it and say that. If you handle this, you won't get this information. Understand? But if Java fails it, Selenium failed it, then Selenium gives you this information. That's the good and bad of handling the failure yourself. Let's go ahead and handle it still. I like to handle this because I want this report to be clean right here, and I want my manual tester to look at this and go test it manually. My boss is like, no, keep it like this. But I'm about to convince him to handle these because my manual testers, when they look at this, they get scared. They don't even want to open it up. So all the work is on me, every time I have to open up these test cases, why fail, and I look at it and I know why it failed, but they don't want to even look at it because it's messy. So how about we clean up the mess and just tell them why it failed directly? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Here's where it fails. Panel header.isDisplay. We're going to handle it. Okay. What do we do? Try and open close parenthesis. Sorry, this is just going to be curly braces. And then we're going to have catch. Yes? Open close parenthesis. And then curly braces. Okay? That's it. If you want to add more to that code, you can. There's a finally. What does finally do? Interview question.
It will run and whatever the finally whatever we write in the finally, that will run.
That will get executed.
That will get.
Whatever code you put in to the finally block, use the word block, it will get executed. But what if I don't have the finally and just go ahead and have other statements without the block finally? Will it get executed? It will still get executed. It will still get executed. So you don't really need finally. Okay? You could have a finally, all right, and then have a block here, and you can have codes right here. But I've noticed even when you don't have finally and you have codes here, they will still get executed.
Oh, without getting
unless you fail it before, unless you purposefully fail it. Okay, so don't want to go there too much. What are we going to try? The piece of the code that failed, Selenium failed, is what you want to put it into the try block. The piece of the failure that you want to control goes into try, which means this much. Understand? So try this, and guess what? We can put all of this block with return. It's going to try to return something. If this comes out true, guess what's going to happen? It's going to return the true. Whenever you hit return, method complete. Method task complete. Understand? It's not going to go any farther if it's successful with the return. If it is not successful, if this fails from here to here, it's unsuccessful to return. But because of this failure inside the try block, guess what? Java will stop failing it. You control the failure. But you have to specify what are you going to catch? Which failure are you going to catch? Over here, it's a specific no such element exception. You can put in that no such element exception. Now you gotta be very specific and careful with the spelling because this is a class. This is an object and you have to import. And I am not 100% sure if it's Selenium or Java util. I would say it's probably, you have to try both. Sometimes one works, the other one doesn't. Let's go ahead and do the Selenium OpenQA. And correct. In the report itself, if I scroll here, it was giving me, see that? org.openqa, no such element exception. If this was java.util, no such element exception, most likely you would pick that import. So we're just gonna go hover over and take that one, org.openqa. That's the one we want to stop. Okay, and you have to add a variable. Typically they write e. Why? I don't know. Always. You can use a. You can use my name, Stein, spell it wrong. Doesn't matter, but you have to give some sort of reference variable for that. And industry standard is E. If you have problem with this, that it doesn't work, and you want to take the father of all exception, then you just write exception. Exception is going to catch all kinds of exceptions. If it's a timeout exception, no such element exception, stale element exception, WebDriver exception, whatever is failing your test case, you got it. You controlled it. Okay? But you want to be specific. This is the best practice, but not the easiest one, because sometimes it's unable to catch it. So I cheat sometimes and I just use exception. That is going to catch everything if I want my boss to not see too much failures. But if I did no such element exception, if tomorrow WebDriver exception comes in, I got a failure that I gotta maintain now. I have to see why it got WebDriver exception, maybe try to handle that. My interview question was, can you have multiple catch block? I didn't know the answer, but I threw the stones in the dark and it kind of middle of the road answer, and that's why his comment at the end was like, no matter what I ask you, you never get to the point. You always go round and round, and I am not sure whether you know the stuff or you don't know how to explain it. You know it but don't know how to explain it. I am not sure. That was the comment.
What did you answer?
I answered, look, Mo, I have 4 years of experience in programming and you have 15. And you may have had some institutional learning where you learned this at school. I didn't. I learned from people. So it was all my hands-on. Whatever I saw is what I know. But that doesn't mean that I don't know, that I can't make it work. So you give me a automation task and I'll automate it for you. I told him that. So he was okay with that. He was laughing. Can I have multiple? Can I have a no such element and then another one? And then in here, I have a timeout exception. Yes, you can. What if you had a situation, if it's a no such element, you want to return something else, something. And if it's a timeout exception, you want to return another thing. I've never had a situation like that. But if you had this situation, could you use this? Yes. So you can have multiple catch blocks. And you can explain it to the interviewer the same way. That I've never had a situation where I had to use it. But if I have to, it's doable. It will allow me to do that. Understand? Now, I don't need this individual one. And in this, when you're catching no such element exception, what do you want to do? Return false. With me? This, if this fails, now we catch the failure, catch the no such element. We know it failed because the element wasn't there, but we don't want Java to fail it. We want our assertion to fail. So you would return false here. You know it failed already when you get to this point, this block, because it caught it. If it didn't fail, it will never get to this part. it will just return true. Does that make sense? But if this fails, then it's going to come to this catch block. And it's going to look for if this exception was raised. If that was the exception raised, then you caught that exception. And if you catch it, then this block is waiting for you to say, what do you want to do? Now Java is like, you just messed with me. I was gonna fail this, but now you're messing with me. So he's now standing right here and asking, so what do you want me to do? And then that's what you're gonna do right here. You are gonna return the false.
So it always be false.
In try catch, this case, false. It could be true sometimes.
If it was true, then we didn't.
But we don't know if it's gonna be true or false. It all depends on the website. Today the website opened up the right page. You get it true. Tomorrow it opened up a wrong page. You will get a false. And this false will be returned instead of Java or Selenium failing it. You just returned false on, like, forcefully you return false. This false will get returned through this Boolean return type into your this method. This is gonna become false, and then your assertion is gonna fail it based on that. Because your assertion says it's true, and this will come out as false, it's gonna break. If you had a assert false right here, and you got a false here, it wouldn't break. As long as you have true, true, pass. False, false, pass. But true, false, break. False, true, break. Understand? Let's run it now, because it's gonna catch that exception, return false here. Maybe I should debug and show you. The runner, run as, let's save things. Failed. Okay. Refresh. Index HTML. Open with Chrome. Look at the failure message now. This is much easier for someone to handle than all that mess. Page not on. A manual tester will understand. And then they can go manually test and see. Here's what they're going to do. They're going to log in as a user. They're going to navigate to new account page. And they're going to check to see if this failure is valid failure or not. If it is a valid failure, you caught a bug. If it's not a valid failure page did display, there's a bug in your code. Understand? That means you have to maintain your code. With me? Any questions so far on this? Okay. Let's move on to next concept. Then I'll give you a break. Yes.
The runner file you made it again false. So if I make it through there, then what will happen?
So runner class, this dry run is it's a fake run. If the dry run is true, you are fake running it, meaning you don't want the browser to come up and do all that. It's just going to scan through your methods. It's going to scan through your statements, right? And it's kind of like a compile. You're compiling your code to see if you made a mistake. Okay, it's gonna just like a dog goes sniffing to see if there's any drugs or not. So it's gonna sniff through all your statements here and then check to see if you forgot a statement, if you forgot to write a method or implementation for this feature. And you want to do that because you want to get the method stub. You will see that coming in a little bit more. Yes, yes.
So what will happen if we make it true?
If you make it true, that means it's gonna do a fake run without the browser opening. Yeah. And I'll show you right now because we're gonna do another test case. Okay. I'm gonna stop here, but do you understand that you could be testing more things? Now you could be, when user adds new account information, that will be your next thing. With me on that? We're gonna do that right now, but we're gonna do it as a different test case. So I'm gonna have another one. Imagine this is your test case scenario 1. If you wanted to give it a number, usually I write it right here. We have a case number with a C. C, let's say 234, and that we have a repository like ALM. You've seen ALM. You can have another type of repository. That's where you have these numbers, and then you store these scenarios. You kind of like a reference, a dictionary. You go in and you're like, oh, which one? Which test case? You need a separate place to put that because it's difficult for an automation engineer, for a manual tester to come in and check these. They don't have access to this Eclipse. Only you do. How are they going to know what to test if you did not automate yet? That's where they're going to go. They have access to ALM. ALM is going to have this test case for you. ALM is going to have that test case number for you. You just copy that test case from ALM to your automation Eclipse, and then you automate it. Only you have access to the automation. And you have access to ALM as well, but manual testers are going to be just dealing with ALM. Right? They will be running this test case manually if you have not done it yet. If you automated it, you go to ALM and you code it status as automated. And he's not going to touch it. The manual tester is not going to. They'll see, it's already automated. So I'm not going to do this manually. But Dipti did not automate this one, so I need to do it manually and put my status right there manually. Your framework, when you run the automation, it will automatically go to ALM and update the status there. Pass, fail, pass, fail. And manual tester will have to manually do it. Make sense? All right. So what if you want to have another test case for that particular page? All you do is just go to a next line. Do give it a little bit of a line spacing, and you start another scenario. Yes? Every time you have this word scenario, that will give you another test case. I'm just going to copy a lot of these and then add more to it, just to show you how it looks like. But this time we're going to do something different. We're going to do scenario outline. If you do scenario outline, here's what can happen. Suppose I give it a fake number 235. C235. I'm going to change this because it's only checking whether the page displayed. So I'm going to change this to user should have access to or new account page should display without error. Okay, this is the first test case because it's only doing that. And now this new test case, we could say create a new account, or user should be able to create a new account. Okay, this is a little more involved test case. What are we going to do? Same thing, given. I would copy this because, sorry, look at this usability. So if I just copy that, I don't have to create that anymore. It's logging me in. I do want to be in that page. Yes? Copy that. That's going to take me inside the page. Now what you want to do is up to you. We don't need to validate. We already validated whether the page displays or not. We can start go ahead and adding data into. So who can tell me, I'm in this page, I want to create a new account. What will be my next statement in this gherkin? Correct. How do I write it? Then? When? Correct. It's still an action. Actions are written with when. User, come on, fills out the user, sure, fills out the form is fine. User fills out the form. If you add an and, it goes against the and that we write here. So it's not advisable to put an and. But it is okay to assume that when user fills out the form, that you have all of those methods there of adding the account title, adding this, adding that, and hitting the submit button. Our company, we just say when user creates a new account. Okay, let me just do that. When user creates a new account, with that statement going in whatever you have to fill in, that detail goes into which class? Yes, ultimately. But all those broken down steps are going to be written into the steps class. Because those are the steps, that's why they're going to be in the steps class. Okay. So statement is an overarching statement when user creates a new account. Now, I'll leave it here, and I don't have this. So if I run this, it's not going to run. What do I need to do now? Let me just block comment that out. How do I get the method? Dry run. Okay, how do I do the dry run? So go to runner class and turn this into true. And now save everything and go to runner class and hit the run. And it did the dry run for me. Didn't give me the method stub. Is it, do I already have it in there? It's giving me an error because I did not finish it. I have to have something called example. That's the other thing I missed. If you have scenario outline, you're going to have something called example. But let me just come back to it in a second. Let me just take this out. That's fine right now. Let's dry run it again. Here it is dry running, and there's the statement. Here's the missing step. So we copy this. Okay. Go into the steps class. Where is it? Right. And go in here and paste it. Okay. Forgot to do something. Let me try something, because I want to show you this. When user creates a new account using account title, description, and initial balance. Imagine I'm going to pass these information in here. So if I just do, give me an account title. Okay. And I can do say using title that description. Give me a description. Two topping. Two topping. And amount. Give me an amount. That's too cheap. Yeah.
$10.
$10? $10. Okay. What if I dry run now? What's going to happen? Okay. Save it. Still on dry run. See what happened here? Using title, and we said pizza 77. Look what happened here. It didn't put pizza 77 here, but it just did a cucumber symbol. That means whatever you pass here will get passed to that method. That means you can change that. You don't have to change it inside the method anymore. You just change it in your feature file. So all you do is you come here tomorrow, you don't want this, you want to change that, you can change it here. All right? Now you can't put randomization code in this feature file because it's not a Java class. But what you could do, you could put pizza here, and that 77, you can put that in your steps class and randomize it there. Okay? You could randomize on top of this and then randomize that as well over there. So anyway, now what you do is you take this stub and you go to the steps class and you paste it here. Right. And then a few things that you have to change. So open up this bigger. Delete this part. Delete the throwable. And here's the body. And look what's happening. Here's the connection to your feature file. You're getting 3 variables, 1, 2, and 3. Ignore the weird characters. And here's the first variable. Guess where it's getting mapped in the method? Yes, here's the method name. User creates a new account using title, description, amount. That became a Java created method name. You don't have to worry about it at all. You can change that. That's not going to break anything. You cannot change this. That will break. Because this is how it's connecting to the feature file. But here, if I want to take this underscore off, it won't break it. But it's nice if it's there. This argument 1 is getting mapped with this first variable. This argument 2 is getting mapped with the second variable. And argument 3 is getting mapped with the third variable. Is argument 1 a good reference name? Title would be a good reference name. Is argument 2 a good title name, reference name? Description. And the last one, amount. Okay. Now we have these 3 things coming in from the feature file. Is data coming in, and you can pass that data. Okay. What are we going to do? User creates. How you want to do this? What are the steps to create?
Whatever we have given the library, dot send keys, and then we can pass.
The best way to do it, break it down into small pieces. So for every single one of these fields, you have one method. One method. Because if one breaks, you know which one broke. So your first step is to input account title. Second is description and amount. Who are you going to ask? Page class. What's the name of the page class? This one, this guy, right? So you take this guy. What do you want to ask him? Input. Input what? Account title. That's your method name. Open, close. Hover over. Create method. With me? You see now we're doing the same thing over and over. Delete the stub. Go see if you have an element. Account title field. Wait, I forgot something. Input account title. We do have to pass this title in there, right? It's coming from the feature file. We take that and put it in here. It's important you do it from here because now if I hover over and say create, it will bring that part right there. If I didn't pass anything, this part won't be written. I have to rewrite it. That's why I did it again. Now if I take this part off, this method already has the variable title, pizza, already came in here. What do I want to do with this now? What I'm going to do it inside the body of the method. There's the element, account title field. I copy that, bring it here, dot, send keys, and inside the send keys, there's the value, pizza. I take that, put the pizza in here, close, and we're done. Oh, sorry. Dot send keys. If that happens, just delete that, delete this part, or I can just there. Okay? That's just one.
If we have to recognize it, then we have to do it there.
Then here's what you can do.
In the page class, we have to do.
Can I show you a shortcut? Oops. Let me see if it works. There's the title, pizza, correct? I want to put a random number on it. So I'm going to say, slap it on the back. That means put a plus sign. Okay. Can I instantiate the class right here? I can't say R&D. R&D is not recognized by anybody yet. Unless I did random R&D equals new random, then R&D will be recognized. But what if I wanted to instantiate the class here, saying new? New random?
With an M.
With what?
And random.
Like that? Dot? No, it's not going to work. Probably not going to work. Never mind. Forget it. What if I did it this way? New random. I may have to import first. Now will it give me still? No. Let's just do it our regular way. Random R&D equals new random. Oh, that's because I didn't put parentheses. Let's try that again. New random dot next int inbound. Yes, we can do that in here. Try again. So right in here, plus new, all of that code all at once. New random open close parenthesis dot gives you next int. You want to take the one with int bound. That way you will limit how many characters coming in. Bound goes in as an integer, so no quotation needed, and therefore you put in typically 999 is my favorite 3-digit, and guess what? That's it. Shortcut.
But we are doing it in less steps, so we can do it here.
You could also do it in the page class. Yes. And this whole thing, this much to this much, is going to have a random number. And even though it's an integer format, it's not throwing any issues. Why? This is a string and this is integer. Why it does not have a problem with adding those two things together?
This is new random number.
Interview question.
But you start with a string. You start with a string.
And then random.
The question might be, can you concatenate a string and an integer?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have to change the type to same type? Do you have to do that? No. Can you do that?
Yes.
Yes, you can. If you want to, you can, but not necessary. Because concatenation is smart. With this plus sign, Java is looking at this string and saying, oh, it's a string. And looking at this one as like an int. That's okay. We're just going to combine these two together to a string. Java does it for you.
But I think the issue was first integer and then string.
Correct. If you, oh yeah, if you had an integer first and then a string, would that work?
No, there is an issue. No.
We can try it out. It should give us an error right now. If I do a plus here, plus title, still works.
But I think when you will run it,
it might fail.
It might fail.
Okay, we'll leave it like this and run it. All right, you just want to see that part? Let's do a sleep here. Thread sleep. Dot Sleep. 3 seconds. All right, let's run it. We're going to our accounts runner, dry run, causing it to false. And go back to our package explorer, save everything, and run it. Run as.
Yeah, it will work.
It will work?
Yeah, actually the issue was that when we saw it doing Java, it was like 100 plus 100 plus a string.
Yeah.
So it was like 200 string was coming in the result. But when we were doing string plus 100 plus 100.
Yeah.
So it was like string 100 100.
I see.
So now we got it. It was not throwing the error, but it was not taking it as a concatenating the integer.
Yeah. Okay, but I didn't see it typing anything. It passed, but it didn't type anything. So that's a problem we need to resolve. Let's go in here and see what's going on. Most likely, it needs a wait here. I'm not gonna go into explicit wait. It's gonna take some time, so let's just quickly maybe add 1 second wait in here and run this again and see. Input title there, and we did the send keys, so everything should be a-okay. Close it. Run JUnit. So it needed that 1 second wait, but it should have failed it for us when it was trying to send keys and not find the element, but it didn't fail, so that's not good. So just be mindful of that. Okay.
In that case, it would occurs like come out.
It should.
No such element again because it didn't find that field basically. So again, the no such element.
Should have been a no such element exception.
Because it didn't find that.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's not a big deal because you got more steps. It would have failed somewhere, right? If account title was not able to put information and it still gave you a pass, guess what? You have the submit button later on. When you're going to hit submit, it's going to say there's no account title. Your test case is going to fail. You'll come back and see what happened. What went on. But right now, we just learned. I just put in a 1 second wait before it.
This time, what we are doing in our company, for each and every line, we started writing head.sleep. So it's not a good practice, right?
It's not a good practice, but there are some cases you can't get away with that 1 or half a second. Sometimes
that's why we started writing head.sleep 2 seconds, 2 seconds. For each and every line, we have
not
just to make it fast.
Then you're doing something wrong. In that case, you would have explicit wait. Yeah, wait for element. But look at this. After I put in 1 second wait, I don't have to put any more waits for the next one. You will see it's going to work. Okay. So.
Yeah, but for the next step, it's like this example, right? The third one, this one head.sleep 3 seconds we can avoid for now. We are just writing for our check. But in the real scenario, what we have seen, it's like explicit wait. It's like we have to write the XPath for the element, right? And again, we have to find the XPath, and sometimes we get the error in the XPath. So it's better.
No,
is
I'll do it for you right now. It's not that difficult. Watch this.
Okay.
Here. There. New account. Dot wait for form to display. Okay? That's your explicit wait.
Then we have to create a matrix.
No, we already have it. Watch this. Got it? Yes? Yeah? New WebDriver wait dot, bring this in, import WebDriver wait dot until, shortcut, we're doing all now with one, with this new statement. Before we did this way, WebDriver wait, and then we gave it a reference name wait, and then we said equal to, then we said new WebDriver wait, and then we passed driver and how many seconds, correct? But you could do all of that in here and say WebDriver wait, pass the driver, and 60 seconds. I'm just going to do 10 because we don't want to wait that long. And then if you put a dot, it gives you that until. Until. What do we write after until? Expected conditions, visibility,
For the presence of element.
presence of element located,
By the locator or
presence of element located by, okay, we can do that.
visibility or presence of element is all
Same, it will still
same.
be fine for now. I would say go with visibility. Visibility of element located by,
locator.
right here, and you need to put in the by locator. We already have some information on that element. Here's the account title field.
Register web element.
We have an ID for it, right? An ID was account. So I can just come in here in this locator point. I could say by dot what? ID. Wait, what am I doing wrong?
Because I think we have chosen the locator one.
Oh, no, no, no,
Method.
no,
The
no,
method we have
it's
chosen.
fine. There's by dot ID. And what was the ID? And you close that. You're done. You don't need this. You did it all in one line. Maximum.
It's a lot of work instead of writing head of field. Here you got ID, but we have to find the, we don't have ID and all, so we have to do everything with X.
It's a lot of work if you're doing this from scratch. But you are gonna have this method inside base page. And you're just gonna say wait for element. You're just gonna call that. And then you have to encapsulate that. But look, that's the best way to do this. And that's why you're gonna get paid the big bucks. Yes, it is a bit of a work, but is it not doable? Is it way over your head? It's not. There's this IDE. There's this logic there. And you saw me. I don't remember. I didn't memorize this. I was making mistake, deleting, coming back to it. I forgot the driver and the 10 first. But then it came up to me that no, I need to add that. It's gonna give you an error. You hover over, it's gonna tell you how to fix that. That's how you're gonna learn. So now let's try this with that.
We have to choose visibility or invisibility.
You can also choose invisibility for certain things. Like sometimes you have, after you hit the submit button, you may see there's a circular rotating icon. Have you ever seen something like that? Or maybe a sliding bar. It's trying to tell you that it's processing, wait, don't go anywhere, it's coming. Your automation, you need to wait for that too. So in that case, you can have a method called wait for loader. It's called a loader icon to disappear. Inside that method, you're going to have WebDriver wait dot until expected conditions dot invisibility of that little circle. Understand? If you have the invisibility and then as a bilocator, you pass the locator of that circle that's rotating, you got to find that XPath for that. If you pass that in, it's going to wait until it finishes its circle, whatever time it is, up to 60 seconds, whatever you put in. Make sense? All right, let's go ahead and do this. We've done explicit wait. I don't want to spend too much time on this, deviating from what I'm going to teach. So run as we took off the sleep, and now we're going to see if it's still going to be able to type in the title without the sleep, which failed the first time when we didn't have a sleep. Now it could be half a second wait or not.
That's the issue. We have to now figure it out for the explicit way, and we have to finish our test cases on time.
It didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't. So that's why it's better to endorse.
I'm sorry, but there is a method to invisibility.
Yeah, you had invisibility.
Invisibility?
Yeah, you had invisibility, not visibility.
Thank you. I did get something wrong. Look at this.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
No wonder.
Yeah.
Okay.
No wonder. Let me redo this then. So I'll delete all the way up to here. Yeah, let me delete and redo.
No, just the IN.
Just take the IN off. Would that be fine? That's a good idea. Okay, run it again. Still
Like
passing,
fast or-
but it didn't type anything. We noticed that
Yeah,
it
it's
did.
like first time it was like this question. First
Yeah.
time we get fast.
So why is it not working? Let's try something else.
Give 10 seconds. Yeah.
No,
It doesn't matter. That's the max time.
It's a max time.
It's a max time.
So let's try some other ones. And you'll find that some work, others don't work well. So one of these will work. Expected conditions dot element to be clickable is another good one. So if you go here, element to be clickable, and then you have this bilocator. You know what? We'll check this with the web element because we already have the web element. Let's see. What's the worst can happen? And let's go take the name of the web element and just put it there.
That's what I think is trying when we were choosing that one and the previous one by locator.
Yeah,
So we could have chosen the web element method.
correct. They have that both for web element and bilocator. Sometimes I've seen bilocator works more so than the web element for
But we
some
have
reason.
given ID there by ID instead of by the locator.
When you say by dot, that whole thing becomes a bilocator.
Oh yeah, we have right.
So that's fine. We're going to take the whole web element, which is account title field. So that is the web element. Take it, pass it here. Okay. Save it. Run this now.
That's the reason we started using thread.sleep. It's too difficult to find out the explicit way between what's the reason it's not working, and we have to finish the test case on time.
Yeah.
It's better to start using.
For now, it's fine. But in your framework, you're gonna figure out why. I mean, I can play with this and figure out, but let's not waste time. Okay? Because you've seen it work. I've showed you work in some other cases, right? Yeah. There has to be a way to make this work. For now, let's just move on and finish our test. So we'll just take thread.sleep and put 1 second is fine. Understand that explicit wait uses thread.sleep in a smart way.
Yeah.
So it still uses thread.sleep. It's not that bad. And we have thread.sleep throughout some places where explicit wait is just not good enough. And I want that hard stop for a few seconds, okay, or maybe half a second. So I use that a lot as well. And it's not as bad. Okay. If you talk too much negative about thread.sleep, they're gonna think you're cocky. And you probably memorized things. Somebody groomed you for this interview. Okay? Just be honest. Because there are some places you need thread.sleep, and that will be your honesty. And they will appreciate that. Okay. All right. Next, we got one task done. New account page. We want all 4 of them. What is the next one? Input. Come on, this is gonna go fast. Input, description, and in the parentheses, I'm gonna pass this description. Paste it here, and hover over, create a stub. Here's the method. Do I have the element?
Yeah.
Right there. Take it, put it here. Dot, what? Send keys. And do I have what I need to send? That description. Good. Moving on. What next? Copy that. Dot, input, amount. What are we passing? I don't need, well, yeah. Take that amount, which is coming from the feature file. Hover over, create method. In here, delete that. Here's the amount already came in. Do you have an amount field? Right there. Initial balance field. We named it that way. We'll just take that. Bring it down here. Field dot send keys. In here, we're passing whatever the amount came from your feature file into that field. Good. Last thing, submit button. So take that. Dot what? Click. Always input click. It's a verb. You got to start with a verb. Is method name should always start with a verb. So click on submit button. Okay. With me? Hover over. Create method. See, same thing. Do I have a method element, a submit element? Submit button. Take that, bring it down here. Paste it, put a dot, it's gonna give you what you wanna do to it. Click. Done. And then it has a 3-second wait for you to see if it happened, and it's gonna shut down. So let's save this and see if it passes. Why is it giving me error? I just hit save and now it's giving me error. I didn't save on this page, so every page needs a save. Control S, Control S. Yeah, but Eclipse, I've noticed if you run it, it will save it automatically for you as well, even if it gives you error. So Just be careful. Error doesn't necessarily mean you have an error. It may be you didn't save it and it wasn't able to compile it. So just be cognizant of that. There's that few second wait and it hit the submit button, and then 3 more second wait, and then it's going to close out and everything passing. Are we good so far? Go ahead and take a little bit of break. Let's marinate and come back. I'm going to show you how to use the outline on this and pass some data through it. Then we're going to take another break, come back and download this project into your computer. And then we're going to load database onto your computer and connect those two together with this framework. Let's make it 10 minutes. Thanks.
Right, I was having issues while downloading cloning the project. I did everything but and I was running. So at the end of the class, I really appreciated it. Time.
Okay, let's see how far I can get to with this.
Yeah, I can
may be
just start with this new project, but this one you will give to the walkthrough us. So,
okay. All right. Yes, I'll try my best.
next time you mentioned currently you're working on the Salesforce project, right?
Yes. Can I answer those questions a little bit later? I just need to set this up before 10 minutes they come in.
Sure.
Yeah, just the next phase. I need to set it up.
Okay.
Online people, are you all still with me? Robin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, let's give it a few more minutes. I need these guys to come in because this is very key information here.
Can I call?
Yes, please. That'd be nice.
Every single version about what you need, and then you go study it.
Next time you learn more than you learn in class.
Okay, this is the last of cucumber tricks. Or the maximum capability of cucumber, and that is scenario outline. This is for advanced folks in BDD. Most people have trouble using this, but it's very simple. And there are some benefits of scenario outline. One, what if you didn't want to pass data here? Yes. Double checking. What if you wanted to create a table down here and pass data there? Use this pen here. So if I wanted a table of data right here, columns and rows, and pass this pizza over here, and have this 2 topping there, and then the 10 and whatnot. Even this username, I could have it here, and then this password, I would have it in this table, and pass it through. You can do that. That's why BDD does not if you have BDD, you don't really need to have an Excel file. You don't need all that. You could be just having that table in here in the feature file, and it looks nice. And you just come in and change these data whenever you want to change data. Okay. All right. How are you going to do that? It's actually very simple. What you do is you first change the scenario to what? Scenario outline. Careful with your spelling because it's case sensitive. O should be capital. Okay. If you do scenario outline, it's going to give you an error. It's going to say mismatch input. Look at this. If I hover over, multiple markers at this line, mismatched input, expecting examples. The word topping is not correctly spelled. Out of all that junk, what's going to fix is that examples. It's going to require you to type in the word examples. Case sensitive. Like that. If it doesn't light up, you got it wrong. Just retype and put in, make it plural, whatever, and do that. In your examples, the way you're going to create the table, this is what the table is in your keyboard. If you see there's a backward slash right on top of the enter button, if you hit shift backward slash, it's going to give you something like this, like a straight line. And that's your table lines, column lines. Okay. So in here, if I say title, this is your table heading. If I were to pass this title pizza, not from here, but from here, you would say title. You create a table. Title. What if I wanted to pass description? Then you name it description. And you also want to pass amount? No problem. Amount, and you close it with that. With me so far?
What do you enter for the straight line?
What
do you enter for the straight line?
Like how did I press it?
This 5 line. 5 line.
With the shift, if I go backward slash, which is right on top of the enter button.
Actually, in her keyboard, it's different.
It's different? Yeah, I just have to find it.
Yeah,
Let me check here.
you got it.
See that symbol? It's the shift, meaning the top one for that. So if you press shift and that one, it's going to give you that straight line right there. Yeah. All right. Now, again, you do this. And for title, we can type in pizza right here. Okay. For description, we can write to topping right here. No quotation needed. And for amount, we can put in 10. Okay. If at this point, if you press Alt Shift FO, this line should align with this. Everything should align. Doesn't always work. Everything else aligned, this one didn't. So you might want to, in IntelliJ, all of this gets aligned. Any questions so far?
We don't need
Correct. We don't need pizza here. But how would I link whatever goes here with this? There's a symbol for that. And that is these angle brackets. You put an angle bracket like this around it, like that. And you don't have to say pizza anymore. You just call it title. So this title, you just write. With me so far? That means now this title and this title is the same thing. And this pizza is going to be taken from here, looking for the title, and passed it through here. Make sense? Same thing we're going to do with the other things. We're going to do this to topping. We don't need this to topping, so you can delete that. Press shift and comma and period will give you that, those two symbols. Shift, comma, and period. And in here, you just type in exactly same word you have, case sensitive, matters. And you pass it right there. Got it? Amount, same thing. You don't need the 10 hard coded in there. So delete that. Shift, comma, period gives you that angle. Inside, you write the name of the table header, amount, and that amount will get passed right there. You want to try it out? Let's call this not pizza so that we know that new one is working. Calzone. All right. Control Shift F O. Did not align these. But it's nice if it's aligned like this. Easy to see. Saving it and running it to see if it works. One extra check, you can still press Control and see if it lights up. And click on it, see if it still takes you to that method. If it does, you did not mess up this statement. Otherwise, sometimes these symbols, if you do it wrong, like let's say I missed this quote. Look, I can't, it doesn't control click on it anymore. I messed it up. Something else clicked, but not this one. So that little thing matters. Now if I hit Control, it lights up. Okay. So save, run. If we see calzone posting, then we're fine. Calzone 61. Are we good? Okay. Here's the last kicker about this. And it's going to close out, all green, passing. I can have another set of data. The beauty of this examples is every single line of data I have, the test case is going to run it again. Multiple times. It's going to start all the way from given again. So my one test case can become 100 test cases. All I have to do is just add more data. Okay. So if I just add one more, and over here I say sandwich. Did I spell it right? How do you spell sandwich? That means you don't remember either. Sometimes we just all black out. Beef sandwich. And here I put in, let's say, $5. Okay? It's gonna put calzone first. Then it's gonna put sandwich, but we also have random numbers, so it's gonna be randomized through the steps class for both of these. So let's save it and see if it works. We're gonna run it. run as, and then I'm going to give you the project for you to load. This is it. If you got this far, you know everything I know.
What about data?
Yeah, that's database. Yes, I have to show you database. And then tomorrow, Jenkins. So there's Calzone, the first one. Submitted, success. It's going to close out. Once it closes, it's going to launch back up again. Same scenario, two different test cases running. Logging in with the same user. You can even change that to a different user. Here it goes to new account. Now it's going to type in sandwich and create another account with sandwich. Where can you think of using this scenario outline? In what kind of situations?
For negative scenarios also, login.
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 What if the company wants you to try multiple logins?
Multiple.
Are you going to have multiple test cases? Or can you just have one? You can have one test case. So what if I wanted to pass this guy? You can do that. Same thing. All you do is put this bracket here. Understand? You can add the bracket right there. And in here, it doesn't really matter where you put it. You can put the username right here. Or you can put the username here. Doesn't matter. But it will be nice if you have it in the order. Because this is the first variable you're passing in the table, then have it in the first. I would just say username. Okay? Shift all this out. Shift these guys out. And in here, that's the username. Paste it here. Make it look pretty. And you don't need this username hard-coded here anymore. You just type the word username, just like you wrote it here. And password, same thing. Arrow, don't need that. Arrow, if you want to call it password, take this same word, put it in the table. I'll just place it here with that extra line, password, with an extra line, actual password, ABC123. Same whole thing, copy it for the second line. Make it pretty. Did I miss something? One extra. Everything good? Username, that. Password, that. Tech Files doesn't have any other usernames that works. Only this works. But imagine in your company, you have a different username that you wanted to test the test with. Then you would put in that different username. One for this guy, one for this guy, and a different password right here. And then your different data that you want to run. And then you run the test case. Okay? So hover over, it still lights up. You got everything correct. Now, run it. There's the first test case. Done. Second test case. And done. Good. Let's take a look at the report. Refresh. Index.html. Open with Chrome. Let's open this up one at a time. Here's the feature. There's a little information for you here about the test case. Here is scenario outline that we ran, and these are the steps. Look at this. The data that we passed from the table is displayed in here. That was the first scenario ran, and look what you passed is written right here. To topping and the amount. For the second scenario, it will be sandwich, all green because it passed, beef. Isn't this much nicer to see exactly what information you passed and then even show you on the steps? So clearly the scenario outline is a little more advanced, but on the report it comes out much better. Question?
So for amount, do we need to write the dollar sign or just 10 is okay?
It's into you, I think. It's into you on the title.
It all depends on your software application that you're working with.
Okay.
In this particular case, if you saw that when it was typing in, if it automatically gives you the dollar sign, so you don't have to worry about it. But if I were to put a dollar sign, it doesn't even want to take it. See, if I type in, it doesn't take it. So, but if it took it, I might even send the dollar sign. But the dollar sign may mess up later also. Because what if the software just wants the amount? It might add and do some calculations later down the road. And that dollar sign might mess up the calculation. So your case may be case by case basis. In this case, no dollar sign needed. Dollar sign over here is just to show customers. But in the back end, it's only taking the number. And it's adding to your account that number. It's not messing with the dollar sign at all. It's just a display. Got it? Welcome. Other questions?
Why another engineer doesn't like outline?
Because it's a bit more complex. Startup people, they don't, it's too complicated for them to understand. But you guys are pretty smart. Possibly smarter than a lot of the new guys that are being trained from universities. You are better. Trust me. Yeah. Even if those guys with a degree, they would come in, you know more than them. Because they would have to be trained. And there is no courses on these things. So they would have to learn from scratch with no organization at all. And depends on the trainer. Not everybody can train well. They'll just show you, go away, and then you figure it out yourself. That's why it doesn't happen much. Okay? But if you get a situation where you can use this scenario outline, do it. It's just fancier. Let me uncheck this one out and run all of these test cases and see how the report looks like. Let's press Control Shift F-O to align everything and save.
One more.
Sure, yeah.
But this scenario outline you cannot use when it's a huge amount of data, right? Okay.
Like an example.
I mean, students, we have 100 students. No need to use this scenario outline.
So you saw scenario outline is used for two beautiful reasons. One, you can have a data table. Yes? And two, you can run the test case multiple times. Correct?
Yeah.
So if it's multiple students, like a lot of students, it's better to do it with scenario outline. That way you don't have to create multiple test cases. Less code, more work. More being done with less code, which is a good thing. Okay. So our first test case failed. I think we probably purposely failed it, right? Okay. But I wanted you all to see how all these 3 test cases look like on the report, so I ran the whole thing. Let's see. This is it, guys. I don't have anything to teach on BDD. You know it all now. And now close this out, refresh. And
I think that's very, there is like any task to display with error.
No, we tried expert, right? Purposely.
let's take a look at the report.
Purposely, right? We messed up with the expert and tried to catch exception, old one, new and old.
So here's the feature. Everything is going to open up by feature. If you have multiple features, you have multiple of these. Inside feature, you have test cases. Okay? All of this is going to be collapsed generally. Look at that. That is your first test case. It failed. This one passed. Passed. Okay? The white, ignore that because that's just the outline for these two. It just has some information of what you passed into these 2 test cases. If it doesn't have a color, it's not a test case. Red color, it's a test case, it failed. Open it up, page, not found. We purposefully failed it. And here, these passed, if you open it up, you can see what parameters was being passed in here. In this, you do see all of that being passed inside the statement, but if you don't have a scenario outline, you won't have all this information. This is the extra information you get if you have scenario outline. That's it. Some cases, it's good to go with scenario outline. Other cases, you don't need scenario outline. Scenario outline makes things a little more complex. If not needed, don't do it. Okay? Question about this? That's it, guys. Now, different companies have different way of displaying this information. The same information can be put into a pie chart where it's going to tell you these were 3 test cases. It's going to tell you 33% fail. It will give you data in a percent. It would tell you 66.66% passed. Yeah, that's it. They may display this report differently, but it's the same report. It's the same information, just gave you a different way of looking at it. Okay, so don't panic when you go and see the other companies have reports. They don't look the same as what you saw here. It may look different, but it's going to have what? Same information that you need to figure out whether your test case failed, passed, and why, how long it took, and so forth. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and push this project, get it on your platform, and don't do it yet, but just log in. I want you to see this as well. See what I do. I already created a repository for this in Bitbucket. I wanted to give you a little taste of Bitbucket instead of GitHub. So here's Bitbucket. Bitbucket is much nicer, cleaner. It's also free for the initial part if you're just doing simple project, kind of like GitHub. So here's my Tech Files BDD Advanced, and here's my project page, the repository, and I can see my files. I want you to see what I have here. If I go to source, that source is the same thing as this source right here. See that? Source. So I want to see what I have. This I saved last time, but I forgot to upload the link. So if I click on source, there's my main and there's the test. I'm going to open up test because this is where I worked. And I'm going to open up the feature because that's what mainly I worked on. So if I click on feature, there's the new account dot feature, which is the same thing as test, and there's that new account dot feature. With me so far? Now, let's see what code I already have here. If I click on it, it's going to display the code. Look at this. I only have this old one from last class. And look at mine now. I have this and I have this. It's not there, right? That's okay. All I have to do is just push it. Because this is my repository, I don't have to create a branch. Because I'm the owner, I am the test lead. I don't need somebody to review my code. I have permission to push it instantly to this master branch. You are not going to have it. You're going to have to create your branch, push the branch, and ask your manager to say, can you take my branch work to yours, master? And they will read it, review it, then post it. But me, what I'll do is I'll go into this project. If I don't know where it is, simple. You just right click on your project name, go to properties, and it tells you the location right here. And if you just click on this symbol, it will take you to that file. There. There's the project. You have to go one step inside the project. Right here. These are the files you want to push. You can't just push one file. All of these work in harmony for this software piece of the project to work. The whole automation to work, you need all those files. Yes, you can copy paste from here to another zip drive or something and give it to somebody and steal from other projects if they're simple enough. It can be done. Okay. Now, I am going to push all this so that it goes into right here. That means it's going to update all of these files, starting with the settings and pom.xml. Notice I have the same number of items. Where is it? Right here. Settings and pom. All of these is going to get pushed. So over here in this empty field, I'm going to open up the git bash. If I have never done it before, I would have to type in git init. But I've already done git init and I pushed it. How do I know if I've done a git init or not? I can just do status. If I do git status and it recognizes, that means it has been initiated. But if I type in git status and it comes back saying git is not recognized, that means I've never initiated git. So if I type in git status, it tells me on branch master. I am on master branch. Because I'm the owner, I don't have to create another branch. I'll just stay on master and push master up. No pull request needed. The branch is up to date with origin master. That's not true. Origin master is that Bitbucket master. Origin is the high up there in the cloud. Okay? And it's trying to say your branch, meaning my master in my local, is up to date, meaning it's the same. We pulled it, but it's not. Actually, my branch has more code now than the origin. Sometimes this is wrong, okay? But we'll check it again. Look at this, modified. What did I modify? New account page.java. Did I modify the feature file? Feature packet, new account dot feature. Did I also write some code into steps class? It also tells me that. Did something change in the test output? All of this, that notice the changes, it told me what it is. It's in red right now, but if I want to save it, what do I have to do first?
Add.
Git add with a space dot. Then if I do that, it's giving a warning about this file, which is not a problem right here. Okay, just ignore that. You can check to see if it worked, if it added. If you say git status, it's gonna be this red will turn into green if it did it right. So git status, it's green, meaning now it's ready to be pushed or saved. It's in staging. It's a two-step process designed so that you don't make quick mistake. You have to deliberately type git add and then git commit. It's just like, are you sure? Because this is serious. It's not a game. Are you ready? It's just like an extra little step to make sure you're not making a mistake. You really want to do this? Because it's going to create a new version for you right now. And you would be able to go back to the previous version if you may think it was a mistake. All of that you're going to learn at your workplace. No time to teach you all that. So now we can say git commit dash am, right? And we give it a message. New scenario added.
So that need add dot all.
Dot space dot means all. If you wanted to not use space dot, you could say git add space dash dash all. Does the same thing, but with the dot is faster. Okay, commit. Look what it says. 4 files changed. There was 1, 2, 3, 4. 312 insertions and 17 deletions. I don't know how it calculates that. Maybe it's by words or letters. Could be letters. Rewrite happened. 73% was added to this feature file, rewrite. All right. That's okay. You don't need to know all that. As long as this comes out, new scenario added, this is your commit number. You can go back to your previous commit by these numbers. It gives you a unique number. It's not going to match each time you commit. So now it's been committed and I can push it. I've already pushed before with git push -u origin master. It was lowercase probably. Yeah, it has to be case sensitive. If it's master lowercase here, then it has to be master. If you have done it once, you don't have to write this twice. If you put in -u, that means it will remember next time. That means I can just delete that. And if I just say git push, it knows where to push. If you do it once with a -u and then say origin master, next time you just, if you're on master and you say push, it knows it needs to go to origin master.
And this time, if you have to use that all branch that we in the benefit,
You are going to pull from this to a location you want. So you don't have to create anything. Which, if you had to what?
use our code to branch before merging the master.
You would have to create a branch. local branch first, and then push that local branch up. Make sense? You want me to show you?
That would be great.
Okay, let me do this first, okay? If I push this, guess what? This bit bucket, where did this bad boy go? Right here. This source, test, and there's the feature. You will notice that this gets updated. New code will come in. Want to see it? Right. So here I am, and I'm just gonna hit this command now, and it's gonna tell me how many percent in a second. 100% right there. It's gonna say done somewhere right here. Then you know success. And now here's the page. All I have to do is refresh, and look, this new scenario right here with the calzone and stuff. It's now arrived. This project is now up to date. Now, what would you do if you were to, if you have it and you want to push it and you're not the test lead? You are going to go in here and create a new branch.
First create it.
Yes. So if you type in git branch, it tells you you only have one branch right now called master. And currently you're on it. If you say git checkout -b, you are now creating your branch. It does two things. One, with the -b, it's going to create the branch. Doesn't want to work now. So it's going to create a branch with the -b. And checkout means go to it. Okay? So if I say git checkout -b, that means create a branch and even copy the what I have right now to that new branch and even go to that branch. Make sense? All of that is going to happen with this much command. That means you also have to give it a name for it. So let's call this new branch. In your company, it may be QAA-234. Quality assurance automation, whatever your Jira ticket number is that you're trying to automate right now, or your test case number. It could be C234, test case number. Comes from where? ALM, or the repository. However way you and your boss feels like, this is better this way. If we name it, everybody names it this way. Makes sense what's coming in to manage that code coming in and out. Okay? Now if I hit enter, look what it says. Switch to a new branch called new branch. And we have the same code. Everything got copied over from master to this new branch. Now if I type in git branch, then there are two branches. One is new branch, the other is master branch, and you are currently on new branch. And if I make some changes to it, let's say I add another line. And over here, noodles. And now, if I go in here and say git status, nothing to commit, I didn't save. Control S for saving. Git status. There. Modified feature file, new account dot feature. Did I modify it? I did. Then I would do, this is my branch. I'm working on a new test case. This is what you're gonna do every day. And now you're ready to push. Suppose, even if you're not ready to create a pull request, you might want to push it up, leave it up there, because if your local computer dies, code is up there. So git what? Add space dot. Now git status again is green. Git commit -am added a new test case or data. Okay, you committed. Git status, it's going to say nothing to commit. Working tree is clean. Now you want to push your branch to my repository, not master. It's not going to go to a master. It's just going to sit in this repository waiting. This is the master. It's just going to see this. This is my repository, meaning it's my room. It's a bus station. Train station, okay? There's a train master right here. Your branch is a person who wants to get on that train. And this master, I control who gets on this train or not. Master is the train. Your branch is gonna sit right here for me. And if I want, I'll check your code, and if it's okay, then I'm gonna take it to the master and blend it with the master. Then you're on the train. Okay? So watch this. Now it only has one branch called master. But you are working on a different branch called new branch. So if I push this here, git push. If you say -u, that means you can come back tomorrow and continue working on it. And you don't have to put -u anymore. You can just say git push. It will get pushed. That's why first time, always do git push -u. You have to tell where. You want to push it to origin and your branch name, which is also case sensitive. So what was that branch? New branch with Pascal case. So new branch. Origin is needed because then it knows where. First time only. Okay. Now if I hit enter, 100% done. It's asking, do you want to create a pull request? As a matter of fact, this URL lights up in my company. And I just click on this URL, takes me to the pull request page to create a pull request. Let me see if I copy paste this into the URL. Oopsie. Copy paste doesn't work here, I forgot. Control C doesn't work. Right click and copy works. Before I do that, can I refresh and see if this, oh, I didn't even have to refresh it. It refreshed automatically when I just opened up. So it's sitting here now, waiting for you to say, I want you to merge it with the master, but you didn't say it yet. However, your supervisor, if he wants to check, he can click on it and look at this third line you added. Could even check it. Okay. Now let's try that link. I post that link here. Will it take me to pull request page? Looks a bit different, but it is. Look at this. Take files BDD advanced. Here's your branch, new branch. You want to request to take your code to master. Whatever commit message you added gets added into the title. Everything is done for you. All you have to do is just press this button that says create pull request. All right. So if I do that, it created a pull request for your boss. Your boss can come right here. Bitbucket is so much better than GitHub. You click on pull request and you will see your list of pull requests. Your supervisor will be seeing like 3, 4 of these every day from India, one from China or whatever. And then you open it up and see if you want to merge it. So if I open this up, this is what you did, added a new data. This was your branch. You wanted to merge it to the master. Sure, let's take a look at it. If you open it up, it's going to give you the difference. First, it shows me with red that you deleted this line. I actually did. There was an extra line here. I just went in and took that extra line off. Meaning if I put an enter and created a line, that line is going to be recognized as you added something. Every piece is going to get caught. Whatever you do, no escape. Right? And because that extra line was there and I hit a backspace to get it out of there, it's telling me you deleted a line. Okay? And you added with the green, it tells me this was added, which was that noodles, beef, and so forth. And I look at it, I'm like, yeah, totally fine. Everything works. Then I hit the button, merge. Okay?
Or decline.
Or decline or comment. See this comment section? I could right click here and go in here and say, you should use another method in this case. Something like that, whatever that is. Okay. Or you should not instantiate, or hey, we already have a method for that. You may get comments like that. Okay. And if you post these comments and hit save, it's gonna show up in here and it's gonna send you an email. Somebody commented on your thing, it's gonna have a link in your email. You click on the link, opens up, shows you this page. And you look at it, and you're like, okay, all right, let's make some modification. You go back to your Eclipse, make the change, save, git add, git commit, push again. Get it? As soon as you push, it's back up here. He's gonna look at it again. Everything good? Merge? Guess what? It's gonna get merged into the master. That means after I hit this button and merge, master is gonna have the third line. Okay, let's go back to this main page. Here's my repository. Look at how many branches I have. If I go to the master, master didn't have that third line before, and now it has that third line.
So if you want to delete it, it's the same steps then? From these 3 lines, you want to delete 2.
Then you would have to go to your branch,
Okay.
delete it there, and then ask your boss to merge the pull request, create a pull request, and then those deleted stuff will come in. Whatever computer looks at the difference by the time. If it had before and latest work is you delete it, it's gonna take that latest work which has been deleted. Make sense? Whatever the latest, it's gonna pull.
So we delete that branch after we don't need that.
Generally, supervisors will be like, oh my God, there's like 100 of these and it's getting messy. So he could open this up and say, I've already merged it. I don't really need this. So there must be a way. Look at this. Delete.
They
It
will
will,
delete it. We don't have
you don't have to. They will delete it. So now it's gone. If I go to this main, there's should be just master. No. Still, maybe I didn't delete it in the right place. New branch. Even our Bitbucket looks a bit different than this one. Ours is this 3 dot here, and click on it, there's a delete for this branch. Branches, new branch, delete, maybe from this page, delete, delete, gone, here, open up, gone, clean. Okay, good. Let's clone it. So go ahead and open up your device and open your Eclipse. Online, can I have a volunteer to walk you through? Any volunteer online?
Okay,
Who is this?
Robin.
He's the only one?
We don't need to talk anymore.
Okay, Robin, you're the presenter. Oh, before that, let me do something. I need the project URL and I need to paste it. So here's the project, and see this clone right here? If I click on the clone, it actually gives me the URL with the code git clone in it. Did I? Git clone? But I don't want to do that. I just want to take this much and go to session 11 still. I'm going to change this. This is the latest. Let me add another one instead and leave that there. Publish. Open up. Right there, this second one. It says code stack 1 with the Bitbucket on session 11. This is what you're going to copy for project URL. Okay, Robin, you ready? Making you the presenter, Robin. Share your screen when ready. All right, I can see your screen. Let me look at the project. You may have to reset. Go ahead and window reset perspective. Okay, BDD, Cucumber framework, and you do have some in there already, so that could be a problem with this existing project. Do you want to change to a different workspace? Let's go ahead and change it to a different workspace. So create another folder somewhere. Go to File Explorer. Yeah, open that up. And you guys do the same. C drive. What's in that BDD?
Those two files, those are the BDD.
Okay. Make another one called BDD1 because I don't want those to come in and mess up things. Multiple projects can mess up. So BDD1. All right, enter. That's it. We're gonna clone it in here, okay?
Okay.
And you all there with me? You created a folder in your project or your file explorer? All right. Do you need more time? Okay.
We create the new folder.
Yeah, just create a new folder. Keep things clean.
In C drive, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you're inside that folder, right click and go to Git Bash here. Type in Git status to see if Git was initiated. You will see it says not a Git repository. That means you never initiated it. Robin, hit the plus, control plus button to enlarge the window a bit. That's enough. And you can expand the window on the right side so you can see more. All right, now type in git clone. Oh, sorry. Git init. All right. Now git clone and space. Don't hit enter. Now let's go get that URL, which was posted on Auto Take Notes.
What's wrong?
Session 11, second one. And scroll a little bit. Too much. Back up. Yeah, take the bottom one. You can paste it on the browser to see if it goes into the right place. And then copy from there. Enter. If you're able to see it, yeah, it's fine, but you can't take this piece here, no. So just, you copied it fine. So let's go ahead and go to that, yeah, git bash. Right click on that cursor, paste. Make sure everything is fine. Looks okay. Hit enter. If you see these numbers changing to 100% and done, you've done it right. Everybody good? Raise your hand if you got this far. Okay, good job.
You are happy. 20%. 100%.
All right, good.
No, they will come right.
First time you clone something, you need to commit probably. So let's check it out. Git status. Type in git status. You are on master. It created a master branch, brought in all that for you, some untracked files, use git add to track. You're fine. You can start working on it right now. Now go to Eclipse.
Yeah, yeah.
Go to File. Let's switch workspace and go to Other. And let's go to that BDD1, that new folder that we created. Launch it. It's going to come with empty. Or BDD2, whichever name you provided. Open up the Eclipse. Yes? File, switch workspace, and then Other. And that's where you find where it was.
Whatever folder you have created, you have to go there.
I didn't see it.
All right, close this out. There's your project, but notice the project did not show up yet. Okay. You just switch the Eclipse workspace, and that workspace may have multiple projects you may or may not want multiple projects to come into the Eclipse. You may just want to work on one at a time. Having too many projects in Eclipse will interfere with the codes that you have. Therefore, always one project, one Eclipse. You may open up another Eclipse window with another project. How we've been doing, we have all our Java code and all in one. That's not how it's done. You open up Eclipse with one project only in the workplace. All right, now let's open up that project. Go to Import, File, and Import. Okay. If you get a welcome screen, you can just close that.
I know, but yeah, it's gonna work.
Okay, up to this far?
Yeah.
All right, expand general. And then which one? Existing project into workspace. Hit next. And let's look for it with that browse button where it is. It's on that new folder that you created. There's that project right there. Yeah, just click once, meaning you're highlighting it, and then say open folder. Don't, yeah, Robin, go one step back. Yeah, just highlight Tech Files BDD Advanced. That's it. Just click once. If you don't click twice to go in it, just click once. Can you do that? That's it. Now say select folder. That's it. You go inside, you're taking certain files, not the whole project, it's not gonna work. If you just take that BDD Advanced, it's gonna take all the files inside it. And then it's gonna work. Now you hit finish and wait till the project shows up on your left panel. Project came in, you can maximize the screen. You will probably pull the dependencies automatically. If not, we may have to do a build. See on the bottom right corner? Initially, it's gonna show some errors, but when all of those dependencies have been pulled, errors will resolve. At this time, you also need to fix one other thing. Who can tell me what? Chrome driver. My version, when I was working on this project, was, let me check, because it keeps changing. About Google Chrome, I was using 79. If you're not using 79, you need to change that. Otherwise, your test case will not run. Okay, let's see what he has. So Robin, what is your version of Chrome? So open Chrome. Open Chrome. Go to that three dots. Oops. You accidentally closed Chrome. Just type in Chrome in that search box, or yeah, three dots and go to help. Yeah, help, and then go about Google Chrome. Yours is also 79, so he does not have to change. But yours? Everybody 79? Okay, good. Huh? It could go to 80, and then you're gonna have to change all your projects into 80. So right now you don't have to do it. Yeah.
Automatically, you have to stop it if you don't want upgradation.
It automatically upgrades.
Mine was not updating.
Oh.
It was you fixed it.
No, it doesn't automatically update in Eclipse. This Eclipse projects will not automatically update.
Yeah.
Google Chrome itself will change to 80, and all your projects will fail.
Fail. You have to change it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here's the scariest part now. Let's go to Eclipse and see if it works. Hopefully, it's gonna work, and I don't have to spend time on fixing this. Open up source test and let me see the feature file. Open up the runners. All right, looks like JUnit 4 library came in with it as well. You don't have to do anything. You should be able to just run. And it should run, unless you have to do a Maven build. I don't think so. Let's go to new account runner, right click on it. Let me see what options come up. Yeah, and run as. See, JUnit came in.
Yeah.
So all that configuration came in with it. You can just click on JUnit test.
Oh, you have to have stuff.
There you go.
No,
First test is designed to fail. Again, failure is not a bad thing. Your project not running is a bad thing. That's when you need to get scared. But if it fails, hey, test case ran.
Yeah,
It's a happy thing. Yeah.
everyone's correct. Successful here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Four times. Like we have one added one data, added one data.
Oh yeah.
The first
Four
one.
times. Noodles.
Noodles, right?
Noodles. Yeah.
Then they have Talbot sandwich. I think we're on our last one.
Hope it's not gonna crash the website.
That first, right? That's why. We have to go and refresh and see that.
Mm-hmm. Are they on site?
Everybody good? Working fine?
Oh, I have one of those too. Yeah. It's a test, and they want to make sure that I'm not like using anything. Yeah. That's not for all of them though. Some of them they don't care, but.
All right, let's go take a look at the report. So close out this JUnit report window. Right click on the project, name, the very top line, yes. Right click and click refresh. If you don't click refresh, you may be looking at report that I ran. It won't refresh to your latest run. Now open up test output. Right click on index.html. Open with yours web browser. Don't do that. Go to default. Go to other. Go to external. Click on external. Look for Chrome there, and also check those boxes below. Yeah, maybe the bottom one. Yeah, that will be default. Yeah, okay. Click OK. Now here's Chrome opened up with your test cases. 1 failed, 3 passed.
You opened it, right? You opened it here.
Any question? Robin, any question?
No.
Raise your hand if you're successful up to this point. All right, good job. Let's take 10 minutes break, come back, and I'm going to load MySQL database onto your platform, and we're going to see how to pull data out of database and use it in our test case. Okay?
No, I got behind on that.
Thank you, Robin.
Hi, Prash.
1 sec.
I have to turn mine in by Sunday night. What do you mean? Oh, mine's just a test online. Oh. To do the test? My test is half an hour too. It's everything's the same, but mine's not right before the other interview. I know, I don't have an in-person one yet. But then you're saying you have an interview after that. Okay, and then you have an in-person interview.
So we're going to have database now and create a database, connect database to our framework, get data out of the database, use it in our automation. This is a very simple part that I'm going to show you, but for your company, it may get complicated. But ideally, it's the same. You need to know certain information. You don't have to set up the database for your company. There's a database administrator who does that. You will need some sort of path to connect to the database. You're going to need the password to get into the database. Okay, so some things you're going to have to change. What we're going to be doing, we're actually going to be using your computer as a server and install database into it. Okay, so your laptop is going to work like a server. That's our first step. Second step, we're going to go to Eclipse and create a connection with a class to the server, which happens to be in your own laptop. And then we're going to have a method to get data out of that database. Understand? So first thing, gotta download MySQL. The instruction is on this page, session 12. It starts with this link right here. Go to that. Also has a YouTube video that will walk you through it, but we don't have time for that. But if you wanted to watch it later, you can. I would like you to go ahead and click on this link and I'll walk you through. Anybody online would like to volunteer? Other than Robin?
I already installed Stan,
Oh,
watching your last video.
oh, I see. Okay. What about Robin? I guess. Have you installed it as well, or you still good?
No, I have.
All right. Let me make you the presenter. All right. Let's click on that link where it says go to, not that one. That will be just a video. Yeah. And they keep changing their website. So they still have the download tab. Go ahead and click on that download tab on the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me see if I can still use this. Yeah. So here's your download tab. Click on that download tab. Scroll down. click on this MySQL Community GPL download. Everybody with me so far? When you're on this page, click on MySQL Community Server. When you're on this page, click on Go to Download page. If you have Windows, not Mac, then different story. Okay? There's two of them. One does not look at this memory space, it's not so much. This one takes more. So I don't know what this is, probably just one version of it, but this one will give you everything. So click on this download icon, the second one, which is this one. And you will see this page come up. It's going to ask you to log in or sign up. Don't worry about it. Click on this, no thanks. Just give me what I want. Okay. You can save it, or you should see automatically being downloaded on the left panel. If you use, I like Chrome, Chrome will go ahead and start downloading here. But since you are on Internet Explorer, it gives you these options. Go ahead and click on save. And it might take some time. And you should be able to go to view downloads and be able to see that file. Once it downloads, you're gonna have to launch the file. It's gonna walk you through some steps.
Right.
40 minutes.
40 minutes?
49, 50.
Yeah.
No, it will show, but it will get it.
Okay.
Good.
Minutes or seconds?
Yeah, it's showing minutes. 49 minutes. It's showing.
Our internet must be really slow. His is on 49 seconds.
But it's a home
So
internet.
1 hour.
Yeah.
And everybody started kicking download, so it's like taking up the bandwidth. Bamar should have done this like beginning of the class.
But for Robin, I think.
So because it's a home,
it's a internet also. The internet, I think. Because that link that you opened it this time for the Bitbucket, when you asked Robin to check that a Bitbucket whether it's open up or not for the Chrome, just half an hour back. For me and Anupa, it was not opening up. It's just loading. I think it's completely depends on the Wi-Fi connection.
And I don't have it on my platform either. I didn't download it. So if I do that, it's probably going to take another hour as well. So looks like, Robin, you're the teacher today. You're going to have to teach this class. Yeah? So let's do this. It's going to get recorded. Watch it from home and then do it. Okay? So once you double click on that file, it's going to start up a launcher. It's going to walk you through some questions
10 minutes now.
and set up a few things.
Oh, yeah, we're going down.
It's down to 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah,
8 minutes, 7.
Okay, that's
some seconds.
good.
She's done.
That might be doable.
You have to clean
Oh,
up your
wow,
file.
you got lucky.
Yeah, click on that.
After this, you might
Maybe
get
somebody else will get lucky, yeah.
No, after this, you might get lucky because
I think it's based on our
It's
queue,
done.
yeah.
it's done.
Let me do it on my
Yeah,
platform too
because
then.
I'm done.
Yeah, it's going down.
Okay, now
Yeah,
what
run
is
the
it?
file. Run.
Mine is showing 35 seconds left.
Wow, how come?
What about
Maybe
mobile
your computer is slow.
No.
It's done, but ours is done now.
Oh, it's done?
Mine is not. We might need to cancel the download and then try it again.
So how much is it?
Wow.
Now which
No, after the circle will come in half.
What kind of memory do you have on your computer? Do you have SSD memory?
Yeah.
If you have SSD, it works faster. If it's a hard disk,
Yeah.
then it's slow. Look, mine is done. So show in folder. There's the installer file. So yeah, let's display Robin's. Where are you? Right here. So when you get to this, do you want me to wait? So y'all do it together?
5 minutes.
5 more minutes?
I've got 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
2 minutes.
All right, take a break. Yeah. Take a 10 minutes break. Are you all okay with the extended class today? Like till
Yeah.
2?
Yeah, we are good.
Because I think we need that time to get this done. I don't want to do this tomorrow. So let's pause the video, take 10 minutes break, we'll come back. Start recording. Yes. Robin, you ready?
this?
All right. So once you launch that file, it's gonna give you this window. Among several options, you want to keep developer default selected because that's gonna give you all the ones that are on the right side window, all those things, servers, shell, router. You're not gonna need all that, but it's good to have it. So having that selected, you click on next. Okay. In this page, did you all get this page?
Mhm.
The following products have failing requirements. Installer will attempt to resolve them automatically. Requirements marked as manual cannot be resolved automatically. So this Visual Studio, notice marked as manual. This piece may not be downloaded. Yours may have multiple of them or none as manual. What do you see?
Manual.
Two things manual?
We see 3 things.
Okay.
I have 3.
All right. If you scroll up, Robin, as long as this is working, this two, SQL Server and SQL Workbench, I think you're good because these are the 2 things that we're gonna need mainly, and the other ones, maybe connection, ODBC connection, maybe this one too. So
Done.
yeah,
For me, I only have 4 products on the
Yeah,
whole
that's
panel.
mine too.
Yeah.
the less you have in here is best.
She don't have that server. She don't have MySQL server and MySQL.
But you have one.
What it's saying,
But you don't
But
have.
it's saying that they're failing requirements.
these are failing requirements, but computer will automatically try to clean these up.
Oh yeah.
But this one cannot be cleaned by the system. You have to manually do it. So this piece most likely will not get installed.
They are saying the following products are failing the first. The next you have that's good.
Okay? If you have less, that means those have passing requirements.
Basic requirements. Yeah.
All right? Let me see if I had need to click on execute or next on this page. I just need to double check. Come back. To the site. And session 12. It didn't have an execute option. I want you to go ahead and click execute because what I am thinking it's going to actually try to clean this and install. So Robin, go ahead and click on execute. You all do the same.
Without selecting any.
Can you select them? Is it selectable? It's not selectable, is it?
It's
No.
not.
So in that case, just go ahead and click on execute. Let's see. Yeah. And you will see it's trying to resolve. And then install means that's good, installed. If you get a window like this, click on agree and install. Okay, and then close. It starts on the next one right here. And it's going to go through every one of these except that manual one. Yeah, some faster. This will take a little bit longer. He has a lot of items that did not resolve properly. So
After close the Eclipse first.
if you don't close that pop-up window, it doesn't move on to the next one. Every one of these might ask you that I accept.
I got it.
You got this one too?
Yeah, I think you just have to close the Eclipse first and then retry.
Close Eclipse.
Mhm.
Okay, can you close Eclipse? Yeah.
And then retry.
Retry.
Mhm. Cool.
You did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it will go on there. Yes, I accept.
Okay. Scroll down, see if there's anything else. That's fine. Python not needed. I mean, manually you can still get those things in here, but we're not going to worry about it. Unless your these two has been manual, Workbench and Server, SQL Server. You're good. Raise your hand if you're done with this step. Good. Are you behind? Okay. Can you, Rustam, can you catch her up a bit when you get a chance?
Close. Close.
Where are you at?
She is like
Okay, where is
on
the
different
download?
screens. After the system installation.
Okay.
You're on one step. Ahead. You are on this
No, yeah.
installation. Yeah. Look. Yeah. I thought I was
Close.
because this thing we have to verify.
Oh yeah, you go. Yeah, you go. Yeah, it's done.
All right, thank you, Rustam. Now, at this point, click next. And it's going to say one or more product requirements have not been satisfied. Just say yes. That's fine. So those things are now ready to install and all clean. You click execute. And one by one, those will be installed. So just give it some time.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or something.
Okay, looks like the rest of the stuff is moving faster.
Yeah, it is. There you go. It's just SQL stuff. After, yeah, I was just after show, yeah.
Okay, click next. And then you have this window. Click next. This is also next. When you get to this, just keep a note to this number. The port number is 3306. This is the port your hard drive is going to be partitioned to use a certain section for this database. It's going to work like a server. And to get to that part of hard drive, there is a port, which is 3306. That's how you're going to access that part of your hard drive. So it defaults with 3306. Next. Another next. Here, it's asking you to give it a password. This is the password you're going to need as a database administrator. This is the root password. meaning the main password, not like user's password. I like to just type in root, ROOT, but your database administrator may have a different password for it. But since we can forget, we know when it asks for a root password, our password is lowercase ROOT. Got it? Just to keep it simple right now that we don't mess up. But it is not a good password to put in because you can see it says it's weak. All right. You are also going to add users. You're just building the database right now. And you can provide as many users you want in your company. We're going to just add one user. So click on add user. And give it a username. Give it your name. Okay. And give it a password. Make sure you remember this. So if you want to put ABC123, that's fine. Okay. So ABC123 is. If you put a complicated password, you may not remember, Robin. And if you get it wrong, it might mess it up. So just keep it simple for now. All right, and then click OK. Now you added can you double click on that, Robin? I think it gave you an option to also give some sort of, double click on that, on your name.
Can't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See where it says role, and there's a drop down in the center. Drop it down. You can give different users different permission levels. But this particular one, we just want to say DB admin because we want admin access for this guy. So you can close this out. I just wanted to show you that. Okay. Now hit next. Keep a note to this Windows service name, MySQL 80, because we're going to be using that. If you change that, when we set up database connection, we have to use that name. Service name, port number, and service name. Keep everything the same, hit next. And execute one last time. Don't know how long that's going to take.
We are done.
Not very long.
Yours done?
Yeah, it doesn't take long at all.
Wow.
These are pretty fast.
Yeah, it doesn't really say it take a long
For
time,
you,
but
yeah.
Yeah, this one is taken.
You done?
This is yours, fine, it's yours.
No, it's Robin. Robin, can you click on the log tab? Scroll down. Okay, go back to configuration steps. Let's see. Yours done. Okay, finish. If you got to this point, hit next.
oh,
And now, last thing,
No, wait.
finish.
You didn't have
this
to
is
look
quick.
up.
Yeah, next.
Oh, yeah.
Next,
Password.
Maybe.
username root, password root.
Check.
Click on check. Okay. If you're this part, raise your hand. Good job. Click. Are you not?
Wait, it's still going on.
Oh, okay. Rustam will catch you up.
Then next.
Click on next. Sorry, execute. I know it's tedious. It just keeps on. Almost feels like, am I coming back to the same place?
Yeah.
That's the next part before you guys.
So before execute, I have to press
No.
Okay, it's done. Okay.
Down.
Finish. Finally.
Thank you, Roy. You all slow too on this?
We are done.
Now
We're done?
We are good.
Okay. All on a sudden, Robin's platform is going slow. All right, finish. That means this is over. I hope. No. Configuration not complete. Okay. Okay, that's it. This is it, guys.
So,
That's it. So we got this open up. Your database, it has two faces. Okay. The other one is about to open. There you go. Here's another face. This is a pretty face that you can use to do your queries and things. Look it up on YouTube if you want to use this face. But I'm just going to use the black screen. Okay. Also, Robin, go to the bottom left corner, click on Windows icon. Robin, bottom left corner,
Bottom left.
Windows icon. And scroll down. Oh, sorry, actually, it's way up there. But no, go ahead, scroll down. Keep scrolling. Scroll up a little bit. It should be under MySQL. Go to M. Keep going. More. There. See that MySQL? Open it up. Those that says command line client, if you click on that, don't do it, but it's going to open up that black face. And if you click on workbench, where is that? The down there with the 8 point, then it's going to open up that white screen, pretty face that you can use. Most folks don't use the black screen, but if you know the black screen, white screen is much easier. That's why we teach you the hard stuff. Okay. So go ahead and close these two windows out. This workbench, close it out. Yes. Samples and examples. She's taking longer than expected. Do you want to continue waiting or cancel the configuration? Wait. And then finish. Okay. We just closed everything out. How do we open it up? Go to Windows icon. Yeah. And go to scroll up a little bit more. Let me see. There's like two options there. Do you know what the top one says? Unicode? Doesn't really matter. Right click on it. Yeah. The first one is fine. No. How about the second one? Okay. I thought it should have a run as administrator. You want to run as administrator. That was going to give you more access to that window. So right click, click on more, and then click run as administrator. Go ahead and open that up. Then you get this page.
No, honestly.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no. This is the root password, which we said root. Okay, so remember the root password? The main password, not the user. Because you are the admin now. You're going to create stuff, not under any user. So type in root and hit enter. Okay, if you see this MySQL and then an arrow, now you're ready to go. Raise your hand if you're up to this far. You're not? A little bit more? Did it finish it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What? No. But hopefully I make it in time.
How much is it left?
That is 39 minutes, up to 8 minutes.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's 39 minutes. And like if it'll be like 10 minutes left and you're going to shut down.
All right, let's go. Now, for these, there are some commands, and I have it on the site, so you can practice this yourself. What we're going to do is we're going to check some things, and we're going to add a database. So first, where is it? Yes. Type in show databases with a colon, all lowercase. So show databases, no space before show. I don't know if that's gonna mess up, but that's okay. Semicolon to close. If you didn't close, it's gonna go back to that next line. Now put semicolon. If that's what happened. Enter. And they already have some databases, sample database made. Okay? These are different databases. If you wanted to check one of these databases and see what's already in there, the command for that is use. So type in use world. Let's go look into the world database. And always semicolon to close. Robin, type in use world. Enter. Database change, meaning now you are inside world. If you want to look at what's inside world, chances are what's going to be in there. What's in it? Database has what? Tables. Tables of data. Type in show tables. And I don't have to say semicolon anymore, because you know. There are these tables. City, country, country language. If you want to look at what's inside city, do you remember the query? What? Select. Okay, Robin wanted to try show city. You can give it a shot. Let's see if that shows anything. I mean, play around with it. You can't break it. It gives you error, meaning that doesn't recognize. But so select. Select.
Star from city.
Right. Select what?
Lot of data. Lot of data.
Yeah.
It's better
So
not to do. There are thousands of data. 3,000.
how about this? Can you type in describe?
Yeah, I think describe is much better. It will show the.
So how about describe city?
Yeah, describe cities.
That way we can do specific data. Mhm.
Yeah.
So it tells us there is ID, name, these are columns. So you could probably just pick a couple of columns. How about select ID and name from city?
It's still there.
Still gonna give you a lot.
Yeah.
That's okay.
We can work with the where from? Where?
Sure. So select
Top 10. You can see top 10.
select star, not star, sorry, ID, comma, name from city.
First name.
You should do aware.
Very good.
Where ID is left.
This time. Now you have to teach
4,000.
SQL
Yeah,
instead
it's
of
gonna take
79.
4,079.
79, yeah.
Okay. You can play with queries and other things from your SQL class. So we're just gonna stop here. We're gonna create our own database, and we're gonna add some information there. We're gonna pull out. Okay. So let's create a database. Here's the command. Do create database text files. Do that. Okay. Enter. One row affected. That's a good thing. Now, again, say show databases. Let's see if text files was created. Text files got created. Good. Let's add something into that database. So what do you have to do? Who can tell me?
Insert into. We have to create
But
a table.
first what?
Create table, right? We have to create a table inside the text fields.
That's second. What's first?
Oh, before the table.
Selected.
Select it. How?
Oh, we have to go into the use database. Use text files.
So type in use text files. Now we are going to be inside text files database.
Database table.
Okay. So now you're inside database called text files. And what do you want to do? Create. Create table. So here's your command. Create table. Call it users because we're going to pass the username and password there. Okay. And put this parameter here. Give it a column name immediately. Username. Varchar is that type. With the 50, it's gonna give it only up to 50. And not null, meaning you're making it a primary key. Everybody has to put something there. With the comma, password, data type, varchar, limit, 50, also not null, will make it a primary key. Yeah, Robin, where are you at? All right, Robin, hit enter.
Oh yeah, virtual 50.
A table must have at least one column. Right, we have more code. So Robin, type in create table users, do an open close parenthesis. Yeah, open, actually go hit the backspace. I don't think it goes back in there. Or maybe it does. It does? Okay, type in username, space,
He's still making that. Yeah, he's still doing the table.
varchar, and open close parenthesis, or open parenthesis, put 50. Went outside the. Okay, you're gonna also, that's okay. And space, not now. Comma.
I put one. I put one out.
Space, password. Same thing. Virtual.
Yeah.
50. Space, not now. And we have to close the parenthesis for the first one, matching with that, and semicolon to close. Enter.
I'm gonna do it.
Query OK, 0 rows affected. Now show tables.
No space.
Users table got created. Now say describe users.
Now you gotta remove.
And that's the format of the table. Okay? We're gonna add data. Raise your hand if you're up to this far, or do I need to slow down?
Just for 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another way to do it. Yeah, you use the arrow keys. There you go. Now remove the space from there. Yeah. Be careful to move one forward. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, just try it the way. Yeah. No, just try to remove your space. There, and then try it.
No.
Let me try it.
Not. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you have to reset it.
It's not deleting. Enter it and then. Mine being deleted.
Yeah.
We're just giving it a few minutes for the class folks to catch up.
Just make sure there's no space between or char and 50.
Okay, we're waiting on who?
No, it didn't work.
Are you done?
You still have a space between virtual and 50.
No, this is the second.
Dipti? Deepika, sorry.
I don't know.
This one I get it that there was this, but here there was.
You didn't close the pen. This pen is closed. Zero, there may be more. Create table, not tables. Users, username virtual, not now. Password, virtual, not now. Alright. Now, let's add data. to the table. So who remembers the command? Type in insert into and then users space values open parentheses sequence matters with a double quote. Is it single quote?
Single quote.
Let me double check. Yeah, single quote. techfiles@gmail.com. Comma, single quote close, comma, and single quote, password ABC123. Close the parenthesis, semicolon to close, just wait here. Hit enter. If you get query OK, one row affected, you've done it. Raise your hand if you need more time. Okay. Meanwhile, you guys can type in select star from users and see if it shows. It shows?
Gotta be syntax. Yeah.
Yeah, Robin, to select star from users. And if you see that, you're done.
Not in that position.
Okay.
Moving on. Last phase, going to the automation, picking up this data and using it. Okay? So forget about this database. You can close it out. No worries. Just remember which table you want to go to. Which database, name of the database, name of the table, name of the columns. You gotta know those things. So close it out. Robin, go to your Eclipse. You all do the same, hands on. Open up Eclipse. Go to util packet. Create a class in util packet called database. Okay. We're going to set our connection to the database in this class. And we're going to put in a method that's going to give us some data back. We're going to have a static method. We're going to call this class. Method name is going to be called get. So when we're going to use this, we're going to say database.get. And we're going to pass, what do you think we could pass? It's going to set a connection and you don't have to put in username and password. That's what we're going to do here. So it's gonna always be active for you. Okay? No username password needed, but it's gonna get you to the table and you want a certain column. So we're gonna pass in the column name that we want, and it's gonna give you back the data. Okay? So now go to that auto take notes. There is one dependency that you need to add. And Robin, if you, let me see. Session 12, scroll down. All the way. A little bit more. A little bit up. More up. A little bit more. There. Look at the steps. Steps to establish JDBC connection or database connection, fetching data from MySQL database. So copy that into Notepad dependency. Or you can go to Maven repository if this causes issues. Copy and paste it into your POM file. Control Shift F4. Okay, Control S, see if there's any trouble. Everything's good to go. Look at the bottom right side corner. It's already pulling information, downloading. And we want to make sure we have open up Maven dependencies folder. See if you see anything to do with MySQL.
Yeah, fine.
That in the bottom, right after Gherkin, you have that MySQL connector Java. That should do it. Okay. Now you have it. Now let's put in the code to connect to this database. So go back to that auto take notes and copy that piece of the code. I'll explain this in a second. Public static string. All the way to the very bottom. Yeah, paste it into Notepad. Okay, resolve those issues. Hover over import.
There are three options like import from Java.SQL.
Do the first one on the top line. There's a start from the top. There's an error on your SQL exception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is comment out, right?
No.
Oh.
You have to import.
Hover over. Click on it. Import that. Don't know why that's doing that. We may have to type out all that. But go to resolve set, import that.
Between tuples.
Okay. Can you comment out all this from public all the way down to return, then bracket? Okay, Control S to save it. Now let's type this in. Go back on the line 11. Type in public static. You create one. Just copy the same thing as if you're copying it. Static.
Yeah, I got it.
String. No, don't copy like that. Type it in.
But like, oh, you just need to import stuff.
Method name get.
Yeah, there's Java SQL.
Open close.
That's a comment. You don't. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, type in.
Yeah, you need to look at the comment.
You have to write throws. Actually, we can write that later. Go ahead and put those open close curly braces for a method. Robin, go delete that other part word.
I don't know about
The SQL exception, just delete that.
This one?
Yeah. Go back one more step. Okay, click all. How do you align it?
Control Shift.
Control Shift F. Oh.
there's just comment.
All right. Right. Return. Now. Semicolon. Control S, save. No errors. This is what you want to see. And you work your way up. We're down. So take that first line, class.forName. So go to line number 5, hit an enter. Don't copy it like that. It might throw an error. Type in class with a capital.
Can I copy from here?
No, don't copy it.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we just retype it? I mean, it's not a whole lot. You're not writing an essay. Right? It's okay. Class.forName. Over here, just type that in with the quotation mark. com.mysql. This is a must for MySQL. Now, if you have a different database for your company, your database admin is going to give you that. Okay. All right. And semicolon to close. Make sure no errors.
What do you mean? I don't think so.
Add throws declaration. Class not found. That's good. Okay. Are you with me so far?
My errors are coming from statement and result set.
Can you do it this way, please?
Can you comment all the things?
Comment it out.
You have to
Get it cleaned up and type it in yourself. Robin, you don't need that word, local database. Can you delete the whole line? And do it one at a time. We gotta resolve one issue at a time. Import connection.
You have to put this.
Import. Okay. And here, yeah, type that in. Remember that port number 3306?
No.
That's mentioned here.
You have to write inside the method, whatever is right.
This is a local host, meaning it's in your computer. In your workplace, it's not going to be local host. It's going to be some server. And then it's going to have a port number for your server. And then whatever the database that you want to get into, you specify there. And whatever the root password was, you specify here. Okay. First one is the root directory. Second one is the password. So this is the password you provided. This will always stay the same. First one will always say root. But the password for the root, we provided as root. That's why we're going to keep it as root. Okay? So we got the SQL exception and this error went away. Now, we have created a connection with this connection class, with that little tab and login and password, it already logged in, went in there. Statement is a class we're going to need to create these statements and execute queries. Okay, so import statement, MySQL, and it's not supposed to need a cast. Can you do that import again on that statement? Maybe we need to import something else. Scroll up and take away
Delete
that.
one. Yeah, delete that one.
Delete the import. Okay, let me see what
Java.SQL I did.
Java.SQL,
Yeah.
not the other one. Yeah, so be careful there.
Yeah, now it's gone.
All right. Now go to next step with this result. Type in result set. Okay, this is what we're going to put these results into. It's not a string, it's a table. It's going to grab the table and put it somewhere. Who can hold it? The result set class can hold a table. Understand? Like a string can hold one or long character string. Result set can hold a big table. So you give it a reference name of rs with statement smt.execute.
Query.
It should be execute query, right?
Execute query.
Yeah, Robin, change that to execute query.
SMT.execute.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Let's do it under one
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
This
What
one.
I'm wondering. Yeah. Good job. And there's the query that's going to get passed to the database. See, this part is going to do the query, and it's going to get everything from that table. With that equal sign, it's going to store all of that data into this result set variable. Yeah. Now, the next thing is a loop. Because we got a table, it's going to loop through and look for the column name and get me the data. Right. So this is a while loop. We want a true or false. Result set has something called next. Type in rs.next. Go back to that dot. Dot and type in n. Take that next. What this is going to do, this is going to look through the table data, and if there is next, meaning one more piece of data, this returns a true. If there is no data, it returns false. So if it's true, then it's going to go into the loop and give you something. So type in return. If it has data, it's going to give you something. rs dot, what was the get string? Let me look at the commented out statement. We used get string and column name. Yeah. Dot get string. Yeah, take that one with the string.
This one, right?
Yeah. You don't need the integer type. And up there where we have column name, copy and paste that to, yeah, semicolon to close. Okay? That's it. You don't have to do it for your company. Somebody has already done this for you. You just say database dot get and you tell which column name. And this will give you the data. Understand? Simple. But if they have to make you do it, you have to build a framework for your company. Can you handle this? It might take you a couple of days, but yeah, all of you can do this. You just have to change some path right here. You're going to go to your database administrator, ask, what is the connection path? He's going to give you this. Then you're going to ask, what is the root password? You know that's always going to be root. And if he scrolls to the right, that's where you will pass in the password. Code stays the same. If it's not a MySQL, there may be a different name for this. And you're going to have the different information there. If it's not a MySQL, in your POM file, you're going to need that specific dependency. So if you change those things, works for all.
Even if I'm typing also, I'm getting it.
Okay.
In Dipika, you have to take
No, I know, but it's
equal.
not coming.
Since we're kind of out of time,
Uh-huh.
let me just have him finish. You can watch the video and complete, or you guys can stick around after class and do this, okay? Go ahead and take off this extra line between 21, 22. We don't need that. Clean up. Delete the bottom part. The commented part, yeah. Careful, there is a, yeah, don't delete that last line. You need that bracket. Align it. Good job. Don't need the line 23. Okay? Just hit a backspace. Control S, save. Go to feature file. If this is going too fast, just watch. Open up the feature file, double click on it. No, don't run it. Just open up it. Open it up, yeah. Browse. There you go. For this first test case, can you copy paste that first scenario? The whole thing?
This one?
Yeah, just that scenario. Copy paste. Put it down here after line 18. Don't, yeah, there. Enter. One more time. Give it one more space. Align the page. All right. Take off this part. Techfiles at Gmail. Yeah, delete that whole part. Yeah, just that much with the password, all of that. Delete from root to the right side. Delete that. Hit it one more backspace. Notice it doesn't have that connection. That's why I gave you this error. Now comment out rest of the test case. Just keep this one, but comment out everything else. Not this part. The top two test cases, the scenario 234, yeah, and because we don't want to run this right now. Control /. Good job. We're gonna dry run this. So open up your runner. Double click. Make dry run true. Go ahead and run it. Right click on the runner class. Go ahead. It's asking you to save. Should I save? You can also say always. You can check always save sources before launching. This window will not open up. Open up your console. Let's copy that method stub.
Copy this?
Yeah, you need to scroll up a little bit. You're taking not the whole thing. We need the whole thing. Yeah, see that with that given and the @ symbol? We need it from there. All right, copy that. Go back to your feature file. All right, you can now collapse or minimize this window, console window. Bring it down. Good job. Control click on when user navigates to. Control click on line 22. Yes. Click on it. Okay, this is where the code needs to go. Just paste it somewhere in between these methods.
Here?
Sure. One more space. All right, align it. Good job. Delete the body part. Delete that. Delete throwable. All right. Copy paste line 36 into line 41. Now, here's the thing. Line 36 was using username from feature file. Yes? From feature file through this cucumber symbol, username came here, username came here, username went there. And that method did whatever it had to do with it. I'm going to show you how you can bring it from database. Now that we have the database class, Robin, delete this word username. Double click on it and delete. Okay, type in the class name database. Case sensitive. Has to be D capital. And put a dot. Should give you a method called get that we created. What does it need? Column name. This column name has to match the column name into your table. Case sensitive. So click on get and we wrote username. Do you know how we wrote that or how you wrote that? Was it all caps or lowercase? Okay, that's why it's best to keep everything lowercase in database and not have any. And usually what they do, they use underscore, like order underscore entry underscore table, customer underscore ID. Make sense? And everything lowercase. If you have a uniform way of doing this, nobody will make a mistake. Yeah. So we got, this is gonna bring in the username. You may have to pass that as a string. So put double quote. For password, do the same thing. Database.get D capital. And username in double quotes, password. One extra bracket or something? Control S. What's the error? Sure, do that. Okay. All right. Click out of it. Let's take a look at it. Any more error?
This one?
Yeah. All right. You're done. Save it. And now let's go. Let's look at the feature file. And save this file. Control S.
You've done that.
Okay. Control click on line 21. Let's see if it maps. Click on it. Control click on it. If it takes you to this method, you're good. It's mapping. Hit Alt back arrow or Alt left arrow. Alt left. Push and hold Alt and hit the left arrow. One more time. One more time. Okay, never mind. Go to runner class. It's open. Make the dry run to false. All right, save that. Right click on the runner class. Run it. If this passes, if username password comes in, you know it came in from database. You can debug it to see how it's coming later. That's going to take more time. But let's see if it works. There. That data came from database. Okay. You can extend this to, you can even create table through your project. How? That test case is designed to fail.
Oh,
Remember that?
That's the same one.
So it's the failing test case because of I changed the new to an old account. So, but did everything else work? Okay. Go back to that databases class, Robin. Yeah. This is to give you information, this method. Can you see yourself copy pasting this to another method that will probably put something there? All you have to change is your query. If you say insert into. You remember how we put in username and password? How did we type it in the black screen? It's the same thing. Whatever you type in here goes into that black screen, types it in, and creates it for you. You can delete a data. You can check a data. You can do all of that just by extending this. So you will create from here to here, you'll copy paste and create a method saying put or maybe add, and then you pass what you're going to add, and in your statement right here, you can concatenate. You can put a plus sign and then add whatever you want to add. So this part right here is what they changed in the actual place. If you go work for a company, you're not going to be doing all of this. You just copy, change that. I never have to do it yet for my company. 1 year I've been working there. Never.
Never change query or never work with that?
I never worked with database. I had a one statement to check in the database whether the bandwidth modification change posted or not. My supervisor said, I'll do that for you. So I did this part of the test case, half of it, and there was that statement. I commented out that statement. I uploaded the code. He went in and he added the database stuff to that. I didn't have to do it. Not a good thing. If I had to do it, that would have been a good learning experience for me. But he didn't need me to do it. These are very advanced levels. They won't expect you to know this. Okay? But if you had to do it, you know how to. If they ask you in the interview, have you seen it? Yeah. How it's done, you set up a class. You just go stuff like that. Common question. How do you set up JDBC connection? Common interview question. Say we have a class called data. In the class, we have methods. We have a get method. We have a put method. We have an update method, whatever you want to throw in. Okay? You don't have to have a method called get. It's your company, your choice. So if you say I have a put method, he's not going to say it. It's your choice. And then in that method, we have the connection with the class called connection. Then we have the statement. We execute query into the statement. Just kind of use these words, okay? They will be lost. The interviewer is going to be like, they just want to hear those words, okay? And then that statement executes a query, adds it into a result set. We have a while loop to go through the table and pick the specific column data that we want. And the method return the data. That's one of the methods that we have. Okay? If they want that data. Do you need a dependency for MySQL or your particular database? Yeah. Yes. We have a dependency. You're going to say, my company uses MySQL because it's free. Okay. Our company uses a free one. Oracle, I think. And you're going to say, yeah, we have a database. We have a dependency, which is MySQL. The project has to have that dependency for it to work. How do you call? We'll just call it's a static method. We just call the database name, database.get, that gives us the data, database.put, we update the data, database.delete, will delete the data. Okay? Question?
We hear it's every time clear. Well, we on interview it's too low.
You just have to practice, right?
Yeah.
I have just one doubt in the steps file. Can I ask you to go to the steps file?
Go to the steps class, Robin.
Yes.
New account steps on the top.
It's already open.
It's open, yeah. To the right.
The steps. New account.
Steps.java. The very right tab. One to the right. Yes.
So here we have two given, right? We didn't comment the old one. Can you scroll up?
Yeah, scroll up.
We have two given here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just confused here for how it's like getting connected with like both given at the same time database.
That statement
Mm-hmm.
is only getting connected to this, not this.
Oh, not that one, right? So it's even if it's there, it's not impacting our
It's
code.
not even
Oh,
being
yeah.
used
Got it now.
by that scenario.
Got it. Because I was
And you will, how you know that? You can go to the feature file and control click on it and see where it comes.
right.
Now, if you have a duplicate one, it's going to have a problem with it. It's going to say 2 step definitions found
Right.
or multiple step definitions found, and your project may fail. Every one of these have to be unique.
Got it.
This wording has to be unique. That's why I like to use the name. User navigates to always use this name.
Right.
If there's like a new account, COC new account page should display. I'm not gonna say page should display
Right.
because I'm gonna have this type of method for every single page.
Mm-hmm.
And if I have page should not display in another feature file or another steps class, it's gonna have a problem with that. It's gonna say multiple step definitions. Because this checks goes through every single file in this steps class. Every feature file is gonna go through every single step. Okay.
Thank you so much.
That's why I would use a specific name for this particular steps class. I would say new account page. For dashboard page steps class, I would say dashboard page should not display. Every one of those is a different method and not gonna match with it. Okay. Right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So let me compress the video and upload it so y'all can watch. And that's it for today then. Tomorrow I'll show you the screenshot. We didn't get enough time, so we'll do that tomorrow. We're also gonna do Jenkins and finish up and show you how this thing is run on the cloud, that you don't have to do it in your computer. So Robin, if you don't have any more questions, or online folks, if no more questions, then have a good Saturday, and I'll see you Sunday.